Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our. I'll try it again. Remember what I said? Morning, everyone. Thank you for the special meeting of the Metropolitan Planning Commission for the conditional use in the county, 2026-00048. Want to thank everybody for coming. Can you hear me okay? That was by design, I think. I want to thank everybody for coming. It's going to be a lengthy meeting, and I want to ask everybody in the audience to, and on the commission, make sure that their cell phones are either off or in nano mode, and be patient. We have a lot of people who's probably going to want to speak. You get 3 minutes, and that's going to be tightly controlled. So at this point, I also like to thank the planning commission. A lot of us had to leave our last meeting, and we had 8 that stuck it out and took care of business. And I just want to thank you all for doing that. At this point, we will hear our announcements, please. Thank
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those in attendance, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representatives to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. All speakers at the podium, please remove your face mask before speaking into the microphone. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on all the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the District Court.
We will do our roll call now. Director Widow?
Yes, sir. Aldridge. Fry.
Present.
Mater is absent. McKay. Duell.
Here.
Bill Johnson.
Present.
Hi. Clontz. Warren.
Here.
Joe Johnson is absent. Austin.
Here.
Williams Bay is absent, and there's one vacant position. Sir, I show there are 10 members present.
And thank you. Now we will go to the public hearing of the conditional use. Philip?
Morning Planning Commission, Philip Zemenberg, planning staff. On 2026-48 is a conditional use request in the county for a solar energy conversion system on 1,399 acres, generally bounded on the east side by South 119th Street West. You can see that it goes over, but it doesn't go all the way to Maze Road. On the south by West 87th Street South. On the west side, South 151st Street West, and on the north side, 71st Street South. The entirety of the application area is on rural residential, for which a utility major, which is solar energy conversion system, is classified. Utility major requires conditional use in the rural residential district. As we're all aware, in August of 2024, the Board of County Commissioners approved a resolution amending the Unified Zoning Code to update the regulations for SCCS projects within the unincorporated area of Sedgwick County. The resolution listed several requirements in order for an SCCS to be approved. These requirements are found in supplementary use regulations, section 3D6PP of the Unified Zoning Code. This project would be considered a large-scale SCCS project because the area is over 50 acres. The review of the staff report took the supplementary use regulations and did a bullet point review of each of the items. Many of these items were essentially check box items where they had to either meet it or not meet it. And a lot of those items, it would not be here today if they have not met the requirements. And we'll do a brief review of these, and we're going to go into all the detailed individual items as they're listed in the staff report, just for the same time. Let's jump in. Item A, all large-scale solar properties shall be prohibited from within the urban growth area of any city in the county. This project area is not within any urban growth area within the county. Item B, no SCCS project shall exceed 1,500 acres, as I mentioned. The total project area is 1,399.6. A little bit of a discussion on this one. There are legally described areas at 1,399 number. However, if you go to the concept plan and type in what's illustrated under concept plan, is 1,359 acres, or 40 acres of leased land. That's not illustrated in the project area. My understanding at this time is that they don't intend to develop that area. However, if they do intend to develop that area, they'll need to either revise their concept plan, or if they continue to not want to develop the area, we'll need a revised legal description dealing with those 40 acres. Since the entirety of it, whether or not the 40 acres is included, is less than 1,500 acres, there's really no issue. It's just a clarity that there's not really a discrepancy, but their legally described areas is what you see on the screen. But their intended development area is 1,359. If you see on the very western side of the project area, those two red squares, there are 205 acres essentially in reserve. Those 205 acres are included in the entire 1,359. They are also included for any of the calculations regarding solar area coverage, fenced area, everything like that. Their concept plan did show a degree of how an array would be arranged on the site, but all those 205 acres are included and are not in addition to the 1,359 area. The total fenced area is approximately 645 acres within the site as well. Item C, no SEC project shall be located on more than 6 consecutive sections of land. This one is not on more than 6 consecutive sections of land. Item D, no ACC project boundary shall be nearer than 2 miles from another SEC project area boundary. The project area, this boundary is not within 2 miles of any approved SEC project area. Item E, no unattached portion of the project area of the SEC may be located within 1 mile from the boundaries of the SEC project area. Those 2 disconnected portions on the west are about a half mile away from the balance of the project area, so they leave out the project as well. Item F, maximum area photovoltaic solar panel coverage of the SCCS shall not exceed 65% of the project area. The concept plan did not specify the exact percentage of the panel coverage. However, the arrays would be within the fenced area. The total fenced area, including the 205 acres on the west, equate to 62.5% of the project area. Therefore, panel coverage will not exceed 65%. Item G, it is encouraged that any potential SCCS applicant provide a written notice of the planned project to any city within 2 miles of the planned facility area prior to submission of the application. The proposed SCCS is within 2 miles of the city of Clearwater, and a written notice to the city of Clearwater was provided with their application submittal, proving that they submitted the letter to the city of Clearwater. Item H, notwithstanding any other language on the contrary findings code, the provisions of the supplementary use regulations shall not be waived. The applicants are not requesting any waivers, and they understand that none of these sections can be waived. Now we're going to move into a review of requirements for large or medium scale applications. Item A, applicant shall submit a concept plan with a visual summary of the project. Concept plan shall be prepared by a licensed engineer, including the following things that are listed in your staff report. They include setbacks, existing and proposed structures, the location of buffer screening elements, existing proposed access roads, fencing or other types of methods for securing the for public safety, proposed lighting, aerial imagery, and additional information, and also some other items. It's just a general review. The applicant did provide the concept plan with the required items that were listed. Item B, the applicant shall submit a detailed project narrative identifying all the applicants in the role, and if known at the time of application, will describe the proposed SEC, including an overview of the project location, the project area, facility area, and the area to be fenced, the current use of the site, estimated time of construction, staging areas, offsite storage facilities, proposed date of commencement of operation,
planned maximum rated capacity of the facility, approximate number and expected footprint of the equipment and construction, specifications, proposed equipment, including manufacturer, model, materials, color, and finish, ancillary facilities, and the location of the proposed electrical grid interconnection. Document provided the detailed project narrative with the required items that were listed. Item C, the applicant shall submit a draft grading plan that limits grading to the greatest extent practical. The applicant submitted the draft grading plan addressing the required items that were listed in the staff report. Item D, the applicant shall submit a draft landscape plan, which shall identify the location of existing vegetation and limits the proposed clearing, all proposed ground cover, screening and buffering materials, landscaping and elevations, location of wildlife corridors, and landscaping maintenance requirements. The applicant submitted a draft landscape plan identifying the required listed items. The applicant proposed adding landscaping, shrubs, and trees in certain places where existing vegetations and structures do not exist. The applicants are planning to use existing vegetation and structures where they can in order to help screen the solar array from public views. The landscape plan, in addition to the visual impact analysis, essentially illustrate how the proposed project would look if it were to be constructed from different view sheds throughout the project area. We'll review the landscape plan and a handful of the visual analysis at the end of the presentation. Item E, the applicant shall submit a visual impact analysis demonstrating project siting and proposed mitigation if necessary so that the proposed facility minimizes impact to the visual character of view sheds and or vistas of the county. The applicant has provided the visual impact analysis showing different views of the project area and how that area would be screened by either existing landscaping, new landscaping, or other means. Again, we'll do a brief review of several of them just to give you an idea of the overall visual analysis that they did at the end of the presentation. Item F, the applicant shall submit a community impact assessment addressing the impact of the proposed project on the immediate vicinity as well as the greater area. There's a detailed analysis of what that would include. I'll spend a little bit of time on this one. The staff analysis shows that they did provide the assessment with the required elements. Regarding employment opportunities, the community impact assessment measured projected employment by job years and not how many individual jobs are created. A job year is defined as one job held for 1 year. So if an individual employee working a job for 3 years, he contributes or she contributes 3 job years. The total number of job years, including a summation of facility construction, employee per diem, operations, landowner payments, local government spending, and lost agricultural production. During the first year of construction period, the project is anticipated to have a cumulative impact of 333.4 job years in Sedgwick County, an additional 359.9 job years of indirect impact to the state of Kansas. Following the construction phase, the 30-year operations period is anticipated to have a cumulative impact of 394.8 job years in Sedgwick County, and an additional 390.3 job years of indirect impact to the state of Kansas. The applicants project that the net value added that contemplates the loss of agricultural production on the land. During the first year of construction phase, the loss of agricultural production is estimated a loss of $196,400, but the overall net value in that projected time is $38.9 million in Sedgwick County. During the 30-year operations period, the projected loss of agricultural production is $5.8 million, but the net added value in Sedgwick County is $72.3 million. The community impact analysis identifies that in the first 10 years of the life of the project, it qualifies for tax abatement, for which the project would be exempt from a portion of property taxes per KSA 79-201. The 20-year period following the tax abatement period is anticipated to generate approximately $7.5 million in property tax revenue for Sedgwick County, approximately $12.2 million for Clearwater USD 264, and additional tax revenue for other taxing jurisdictions like Ohio Township, Niska Township, Sedgwick County Fire District 1, as well as several others. I think there's a total of 12 taxing jurisdictions in this area that would receive benefit. Finally, the community impact assessment reviews the possible impacts to the community through the use of solar panels to generate electricity over the source of relying on burning fossil fuels. Item G, prior to the submission of the conditional use application, the applicant shall meet with applicable Sedgwick County Department of Public Works, any appropriate public works department of any county, or any appropriate township or the state Kansas Department of Transportation to determine what roads may be used for transportation routes for construction and maintenance, and should provide a map of those routes. They did provide a map of the haul routes, and they did meet with Sedgwick County Public Works prior to submission of the application. They also submitted proof that no building or construction permit will be issued until the applicant submits proof that the appropriate permits and any required guarantees dealing with road damage maintenance can be provided. Item H, the applicant shall submit construction management and mitigation plan addressing traffic control, site access, site security, lighting, hours of construction, mitigation of dust and burning, and plans for staging and storing of materials and parking. The applicant has submitted a construction management and mitigation plan addressing the required items. So we're going to move on to a section with another set of requirements for large-scale solar applications. Item A, information shall be provided relative to the solar technology to be used, approximate number of SEC solar modules or panel structures, system mounting, the maximum height of the array from the ground or the roof surface, the maximum height of any new utility poles, and power capacity of the system, both in DC and AC watts where applicable, total acreage of the array, and acreage of total project area. Applicants have identified that the construction of the project would utilize monocrystalline photovoltaic solar technology comprising 293,020 solar modules. The panels will be installed on a single axis tracking solar array that would operate between 60 degrees and negative 60 degrees during normal operation. The panels would have a maximum height of the array of 15 feet above ground level. No part of the project would exceed 25 feet in height or other than substation facilities or associated transmission lines. Portions of the facility would need to be connected together using overhead and underground transmission lines. In the event that overhead lines would be necessary, these lines would either co-locate on existing poles or new transmission poles approximately 70 feet in height would be installed. The point of interconnection to the existing 138 kilovolt transmission line is proposed to be in the northern extent of the project area. The utility switching station and project substation are located near the middle of the section between West 71st Street South and West 79th Street South, and halfway between South 119th Street West and 135th Street West. The project will have a power capacity of 170 megawatt DC and 130 megawatt AC measured at the point of interconnection. The total acreage of the entire project is proposed to be 1,359.6 acres. And again, but would be 1,399.6 acres if the additional 40 acres is included as provided in the legal description. And again, they would have to balance that with either a revised legal description or a revised concept plan. Item B, the applicant shall submit easement information for utility connections between non-contiguous portions of the project. The applicants state that the project area is contiguous and easements are not proposed. Utility connections across roadways will be determined at final design and coordinating with appropriate road authority. The road use plan provided with the application materials discusses permits requirements. Throughout the duration of the construction, life, and decommissioning of the project, the applicant shall maintain appropriate liability insurance, which includes $1 million for workers' compensation, $1 million for general commercial liability, $1 million for automobile liability, and $2 million for umbrella liability. The applicants have stated that insurance would be maintained that meets the requirements listed above. The applicant provided a certificate of liability insurance valued at $27 million in coverage. The applicants state that the insurance provider ensures that the stated coverage provides the necessary coverage to meet the standards listed in the staff report. Furthermore, the applicants will be required to provide a full insurance policy on the project prior to construction in order to meet the standards of project financing, including full replacement value of any project infrastructure for the life of the project. So essentially, there's the liability insurance required for the project ahead of time, and they also have to provide additional insurance in addition to the liability in order to get the project financed. So the insurance for replacement value and replacement of facilities is not part of that liability coverage. It's additional insurance for the project financing. Item D, the applicant shall provide information on anticipated slopes and they cannot exceed 15%. The applicant did provide this. They stated it's mostly flat land and that no slope is anticipated to be greater than 10%. The applicant shall, item E, the applicant shall provide a plan for the collections, proper storage, and removal of damaged panels and components. The submitted decommissioning and reclamation plan did not specifically identify the information. However, planning staff followed up and the applicants provided additional information on this item. The applicant states that damaged or otherwise non-functional modules or components will be identified promptly by on-site personnel and stored in a secure laydown area until they can be recycled or disposed of in a manner conforming to industry standards. These modules or components will be removed within 60 days of identification. In the event more time is necessary for an insurance claim, a warranty claim, or a force majeure event, reasonable documentation will be provided to the county, and the material will be removed promptly after construction or conclusion of the insurance claim, warranty claim, or force majeure event. Item F, all SEC shall be subject to reasonable access and inspection by the proper officials during normal business hours at any time if emergency situations exist. Upon the presentation of proper credentials, the applicants state that once operational, the project would be subject to reasonable access for this condition. Item G, if an SEC is proposed to be placed within 1 mile of any airport or airstrip as shown on the airport or airstrip map incorporated in the resolution, the applicant should provide acknowledgement and the location approval from the FAA. Applicants state that the proposed project area is within 1 mile south of a privately owned Rucker Airport, which is a grass strip located on the south side of West 63rd Street South and within 1/4 mile east of South 135th Street West. The applicants indicate that they will comply with the requirements of this section regarding acknowledgement and location of the FAA prior to construction. Item H, the applicant shall provide a solar glare analysis utilizing the latest version of the solar glare analysis tool, with other requirements of what that solar glare analysis must include. The applicant has provided a solar glare analysis. The analysis indicates that a certain amount of green glare identified as low potential for temporary after image is predicted for up to 20 minutes per day from late May through mid-July in the early morning and late evening for the northbound approach to Record Airport. The FAA does not consider green glare to be problematic for pilots. The applicant shall submit an environmental assessment to the EPA standards that addresses the project's impact, if any, on wildlife, habitat, bird migration, the project's potential to cause bird or bat strikes or death, officially listed flora and fauna, and flood zones. The applicant provided an environmental assessment. Sedgwick County Environmental Resource staff has reviewed the assessment and indicates that it meets this requirement. Item J, the applicant shall provide information that addresses stormwater drainage, soil erosion, sediment control, and with detail how the same will be addressed, prevented, or enhanced by grading, revegetation, or other standard construction practices in accordance with the reclamation recommendation of the Sedgwick County Department of Environmental Resources. The applicants have provided information regarding stormwater management and soil erosion control, which have been reviewed and determined in compliance by the Sedgwick County Department of Public Works. The applicant is required to develop a stormwater pollution prevention plan, which will contain the best management practices for stormwater pollution prevention during each phase of construction, permanent control measures for seeding and stabilization after construction, sources of stormwater and non-stormwater pollution, and inspection and maintenance procedures. The applicant has also provided information regarding reseeding and weed control, which has been reviewed and determined compliant by the Sedgwick County Department of Environmental Resources. Areas to be reseeded will be done in accordance with Sedgwick County Conservation District planting and date recommendations. Weed control will be maintained in compliance with Kansas Noxious Weed Act. Staff recommends a condition of approval that the applicants consult the Sedgwick County Conservation District regarding reseeding materials prior to the issuance of any construction permit. So the reason we put that in there is they stated that they'll follow the Conservation District plant date recommendations, but it is unclear if they've actually met with the Conservation District at this time. Item K, the applicant shall provide information for the construction on the construction materials generally anticipated to be used for the project. The construction materials shall be reviewed by the Director of Sedgwick County Department of Environmental Resources and Household Hazardous Waste for properties in the unincorporated county, or the stormwater engineer, public works, utility divisions if it was within the city, which it's not. The applicant has provided information regarding the construction materials anticipated to be used Prior to construction, an updated set of safety data sheets shall be given to the Director of Environmental Resources to determine what to test groundwater for. Additional groundwater testing would be required on an ongoing basis to be determined by the County Environmental Resources. Item L, the applicant shall provide information and test results of any soil or groundwater testing required by the appropriate governing body or the Director of Sedgwick County Department of Environmental Resources and Household Hazardous Waste for properties in the unincorporated county. The testing of soil and groundwater shall be based on contaminants of concern and listed on an EPA regulated contaminant related to the specific site. And there's a whole list of items that are associated with this. The applicants indicate that at the time of application, no soil or groundwater testing has been required. Safety data sheets are required for equipment and chemicals to be used on the property before a request can be made for which chemicals to test for prior to construction, during the life of the solar farm, and after decommissioning. The safety data sheets shall list soil and water testing. The applicant shall work with Sedgwick County Director of Environmental Resources to determine future testing requirements prior to construction. Item M, the applicant shall provide a list of local, state, and federal agencies requiring approval and a copy of such approval, including all required studies, reports, and certifications. The applicant provided a permit matrix indicating all local, state, and federal agencies that would require review and approval. Item N, the SEC shall not exceed 25 feet in height, provided, however, said height restrictions shall not apply to substation facilities or transmission lines. Additionally, the maximum height of the lowest edge of any photovoltaic panel shall not exceed 10 feet. Applicant stated that lowest panels would not be greater than 10 feet in height, and no structure within the project other than substation facilities or transmission lines would exceed 25 feet in height. Item O, all SECS structures shall be set back at least 100 feet from the project boundary lines, adjacent to public roads, section lines, or rights of way, whichever provides a greater setback, and private road rights of way. Additional setback may be required to mitigate site-specific issues to provide for access, road, or commercial corridors. Applicants have submitted a concept plan that shows the project boundary setback 100 feet from the described items. All SECS structures, including the panels, shall be located 250 feet from a dwelling unit, not included in the facility area. The applicant's concept plan identifies as 250-foot setback from dwelling units. Item Q, all SEC structures, with exception of the photovoltaic panels, shall be enclosed by a security fence at least 8 feet in height. To restrict unauthorized access, the applicants state that all project structures will be enclosed by a security fence at least 8 feet in height. Item R, no SECS shall allow for outdoor storage of any material or equipment except for that which is necessary for the operation of the project as shown on the approved site plan. The applicants state that the project will not include outdoor storage of any materials or equipment except what is necessary for the operation. Item S, on-site communication lines and collection lines are to be generally installed underground. Above-ground utility or pole lines are generally permitted only in public rights-of-way, easements, or other legally dedicated land permitting such uses, or when conditions on-site are found to make installation of such lines or facilities impractical or infeasible, such as existing underground pipelines, utility, or high groundwater. The applicants state that the on-site communications line collection lines will be generally installed underground. However, overhead collection lines may be required if underground conditions are unsuitable to cross roadways or connect disconnected portions of the site. All utility work will comply with relevant local, state, and federal regulations, and all necessary permits would be obtained prior to construction. Item T, there shall be no signage allowed on the SECS, with the exception of safety and emergency contact signs, warning signs, directional, or project identification signs. Applicants state that all signage will comply with the stated requirements. Item U, the SECS will be located to make maximum use of existing terrain, vegetation, and structures to screen the SECS from off-site views. To the greatest extent possible, the SECS shall retain existing native vegetation, trees, tree lines, and should be sited such that non-shading vegetation or non-existing structures are located between or existing structures should be located between the facility and the public and for public and private viewpoints. Landscaping and/or screening may be required during the review and approval process to help screen the SECS. Applicants have shown through the landscape plan and visual impact analysis that existing terrain and structures would be screened the SCCS from many of the off-site views. Where practical, where existing landscaping and structures are not present, or for effective screening, the applicants would provide landscaping alongside and rear property lines when the project is located adjacent to a dwelling unit. Item V, the applicant shall identify the potential fire risk associated with an SCCS, including both prescribed burning and non-prescribed burning. The applicant states that fire risk for this type of project is very low. They will have no prescribed burning during construction or operation of the project. The applicant shall continue to coordinate with Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1 to establish appropriate emergency management procedures in the event of fire or other emergency. Item W, project review and approval by the Wichita Fire Department for properties in city or the Sedgwick County Fire District 1 for properties in the unincorporated county is required. Any issues or of non-compliance shall be specifically articulated and in accordance with the adopted fire code and any amendments thereto. The Sedgwick County Fire District 1 has reviewed the submitted application and has approved this application subject to the applicants adhering to all applicable codes during the building permit review process. Issues such as roads being able to handle fire trucks and equipment would be reviewed as part of the site plan approval and any plan review process. Item X, no SCCS shall be placed such that concentrated solar glare casts onto adjacent properties or roadways. The applicant has provided a solar glare analysis, which shows that no glare will occur from the SCCS onto adjacent properties or roadways. Item Y, no lighting over 15 feet in height shall be installed on renewable energy facilities unless approved as part of the conditional use review process and is required by local, state, and federal requirements. No light source greater than 1 foot candle shall be directed off-site. Security or safety lighting of the SCCS and accessory structures shall be limited to the minimum necessary, and full cutoff lighting, aka dark sky compliant, would be required when determined necessary to mitigate visual impacts. Lighting shall be shielded and downcast such that light does not spill onto adjacent parcel or the night sky. Motion sensor controlled is preferred. The applicants state that lighting for the project will comply with this regulation. The concept plan identifies the location of the lighting sources and that they would be motion sensor controlled. Item Z, applicants shall provide an SCCS site and facility decommissioning and reclamation plan, which indicates the planned life of the SCCS and the means by which the facility and its site will be decommissioned and reclaimed at the end of the SCC's life. And there's a list of things in here related to it saying that the financial guarantee has to be updated every 5 years for decommissioning. Before final inspection of public officials, the applicant shall provide evidence that the decommissioning and reclamation plans and amendments thereto have been recorded with the Register of Deeds. The decommissioning and reclamation plan shall provide that at the end of the project's life or any component of the SCCS, all or the appropriate portion of the site's equipment and access roads shall be removed from the site, and the site shall be returned to the original condition or restored to such condition as to allow a use compatible with the surrounding uses as determined by the planning department, or to such condition as agreed to by the landowner. The landowner may choose to have the access roads left intact. We're going to spend a minute on this one. We got some details to cover. The applicants have provided a decommissioning and reclamation plan that satisfies the requirements indicated above. Branch Line LLC certifies that any owner of land within the SCCS has been consulted in development of the decommissioning and reclamation plan. The applicants have estimated that the planned life of the project would be approximately 35 years, with an opportunity for a maximum project life of 50 years with equipment replacement and repowering per the lease agreement. The applicants restate the following regarding the sequence of the decommissioning and reclamation. Per the requirements stated in the lease agreements with property owners, decommissioning activities will commence within 6 months of any surrender, termination, or expiration of a lease agreement, and will be completed within 1 year thereafter. Monitoring and site restoration may extend beyond this period to ensure successful revegetation and rehabilitation. Below is an anticipated sequence of decommissioning and removal. Overlap of these activities is expected. Reinforce access roads if needed and prepare site for component removal. Install temporary fencing and erosion control, best management practices to protect sensitive resources if present and control erosion during the commissioning activities. De-energizing the solar arrays. Dismantle and remove modules and above ground wiring. remove tracking equipment and piles, remove inverter transformer stations along with support piers and piles, remove perimeter and internal fencing, removal of above ground and below ground electrical cables to a minimum depth of at least 48 inches, remove substation and overhead transmission line if decommissioned, and decompact soils if required, backfill voids created during pile removal, restore and revegetate disturbed land to a substantially similar state as it was prior to commencement of the project for decommissioning. Staff is recommending a condition of approval that requires decommissioning of any applicable portion of the project to be completed within 2 years of the triggering event of said decommissioning. However, monitoring and restoration may extend past the 2-year deadline for successful revegetation and rehabilitation. Item AA, the required decommissioning reclamation plan shall be submitted by the applicant to provide following, and it talks about the financial assurance, the amount of the costs associated with the full amount of estimated decommissioning and reclamation costs without regard to possibility of salvage value. It has to be recalculated every 5 years. The required financial assurance will be provided in cash held in escrow, which is most preferable, or some sort of surety bond. If an alternative way of wanting to provide that is requested, it would have to be approved by the governing body. In the event that the applicant is not compliant with the decommissioning and reclamation plan, the appropriate governing body shall have the right to call the financial assurance and use it to implement and or complete the decommissioning and reclamation plan. Other items, a stated or proposed agreement that provides that the appropriate governing body will be notified in the event of change of ownership, a statement of proposed agreement that provides for and sets forth the continuity of the required financial assurance, a statement of proposed agreement that sets forth the estimated and anticipated date the SECS will cease the generation of electrical power, and if possible, the time frame in which decommissioning and reclamation process will commence after the generation of electrical power or any of the SECS or any portion ceases, a statement of proposed agreement that the appropriate governing body will be notified on or about 6 months prior to, at the commencement of, and the completion of the SEC decommissioning and reclamation plan, a statement or proposed agreement that the appropriate governing body will be notified when the SECS or portion thereof has not been active or continuous service for a period of 6 months, statement or proposed agreement that provides that any SECS or portion thereof has not been active or continuous service for a period of 6 months shall be removed, with the exception of planned repowering for a force majeure event has or is occurring requiring longer repairs, and with proper evidence provided to the appropriate jurisdiction having authority. A statement of proposed agreement that provides that the SECS, including all equipment, structures, photovoltaic panels, fencing, and cables or wires, except public utility regulated transmission lines, shall be removed regardless of the depth within 12 months after these SECS or any portion thereof cease generation of electrical power. However, a property owner may permit any such items located 4 feet or more below ground to remain. A statement or proposed agreement that provides that the SECS or portion thereof shall be regraded or reseeded as a natural condition as possible no later than the end of 12-month period of time. A statement or proposed agreement that any groundwater and or soil testing as required by the requirements shall be performed as specified therein, and any of the aforementioned statement or proposed agreement shall be binding upon the applicant of the SECS. The applicant provided a decommissioning plan that meets all the above requirements. The applicant estimates the total decommissioning cost would be $6,276,810, not factoring in salvage value. The form of financial assurance would likely be either in the form of a cash and escrow or surety bond, but that would be finalized closer to the start of construction. Almost done. Item BB. Upon final approval of the conditional use, construction shall begin within 2 years of the final date of approval. The applicants have provided documentation understanding the above information, and I'll cover it in the conditions, but staff has defined construction as part of condition number 1 to make it a little bit clear of what construction actually means. Item CC, any other issues or concerns that are identified relative to the specific request of the renewable energy system may be included within the information required for consideration of the conditional use. The applicant did not identify any other issues or concerns relative to the specific request. As part of the application, Sedgwick County staff has not identified other issues or concerns relative to the specific request that have not been identified through other parts of the application or recommended conditions. As I mentioned before, the surrounding context is all zone rural residential. It is combination of agricultural land as well as large lot single-family homes. You can see kind of to the northeastern portion of the site, there's some subdivisions kind of to the east. There's a subdivision in between kind of the two sections there just south of West 79th Street South. But again, kind of the balance of the land is mostly agricultural land with a few farm homesteads on them as well. The subject site is comprised of several unplatted properties. Platting would not be required because the project is considered a major utility. The site has access to several roads. 119th is gravel, 135th is a paved street with open ditches, 151st is a gravel road. West 71st Street South is a paved county arterial with open ditches. West 79th Street South is two-way gravel road, and West 87th Street South is a two-way gravel road as well. The subject site is served by Rural Water District Number 4. Regarding to conformance with plans and policies, staff finds that the SCCS is in partial conformance with the comprehensive plan. The future growth map identifies the site to be within the rural growth area. This category encompasses land outside the 2035 urban growth areas for Wichita and the small cities. Agricultural uses, rural-based businesses, and larger lot residential exurban subdivisions likely will be developed in this area. The comprehensive plan indicates that the SCCS uses can be compatible with agricultural uses in areas, but could be challenging in areas with a pattern of home sites not tied to agricultural use. Portions of the application area but 3 platted residential subdivisions. 2 platted subdivisions are located on the east and south of the application area. A 3rd subdivision is in between 2 sections of the application area. Most home sites in these subdivisions have dwellings constructed. However, their subdivision in between the 2 sections of the application area does have some undeveloped lots. In addition, the comprehensive plan indicates that the SCCS locations should be located in areas that protect viability of existing cities in Sedgwick County and their ability to grow. The location of the proposed SCCS should not impede growth of the city of Clearwater. It is not within their urban growth area. Several of the properties in the division that's in between the 2 sections of the project area are within the city of Clearwater. They are slowly being island annexed. My understanding is that due to lack of rural water district infrastructure and available on-site water, the city of Clearwater a while back extended a water line and serves those lots with municipal water. And as the lots become available for development, an island annexation is processed and they annex another lot. So several of those you can see in the darker brown, those lots and areas that you see in the darker brown near the project area are within the city of Clearwater due to island annexation. But you can see that the majority of the core of Clearwater is about 1 mile to 1.5 miles south. The request is in conformance with land use compatibility guidelines. Land use compatibility guideline 1B states industrial and major commercial land land uses that generate pollution, noise, odor, light, safety hazards, and high levels of traffic should be located away from residential areas and developed with screening, buffering, and site design features sufficient to mitigate adverse impacts. The Unified Zoning Code categorizes this project as major utility as a public and civic use. While the use of major utility is not necessarily industrial use, the size and scope of the proposed SCS proposes to be screened and buffered with site design features to mitigate possible adverse impacts. Additionally, the proposed conditions of approval are also meant to further mitigate possible adverse impacts. Finally, the community investment plans includes a section discussing renewable energy facilities. The plan encourages Sedgwick County to take the opportunity to establish viable rules and regulations to manage the introduction of these uses within the community. It also recognizes that the SCCSs may be acceptable within Sedgwick County. However, design and performance standards need to be established that can be used to determine the location, size of the proposed facility. In the 11 years since the plan was adopted, Sedgwick County has gone through the exercise to create these regulations, and they're the supplemental use regulations that we've been reviewing this morning. Overall, staff is recommending approval, subject to the conditions that are listed in your staff report. I won't read all of these word for word. We'll kind of do a high-level review of each one. Item number 1, the applicant shall develop, construct, operate, and maintain the site in substantial conformance with the conceptual plans and all assurances and commitments made within the application materials. This is where, if you see at the end of item number 1, we added that construction shall mean the start of earthwork and or grading operations or installation of any equipment, whichever commences first. So in areas where maybe grading isn't necessary and they can start putting piles in, that would be the commencement of construction. Or if they start in an area where earthwork has to be done first, that would also constitute commencement of construction. Item 2, limiting the capacity to 130 megawatts AC. Item 3, the active development area of the site within the fence line of the security fencing shall be limited to 1,399.6. However, there's a caveat in there, as we discussed before, regarding those 40 acres of whether a revised site plan or a revised legal description is necessary depending on the acreage they want to use. So it'd either be 1,399.6 or 1,059.6, whichever they want to do. They have to provide us with an alternative. Within 30 days of change of ownership, the Board of County Commissioners shall be notified in writing of such change. Item 5, prior to or in conjunction with site plan review, the applicant shall provide evidence to the zoning administrator that they have the legal right to install utility connections between non-contiguous portions and provide details of those. Item 6, to accommodate wildlife crossing of the site, the applicant shall make a reasonable effort to comply with the Kansas Department of Wildlife Parks' most recent guidance for final site plan review. Item 7, all ephemeral and intermittent streams and wetlands as agreed to or concurred by the United States Corps of Engineers shall have a minimum 25-foot buffer on each side of the waterway. Item 8, the applicant shall submit a final landscape plan that is substantially similar to the materials and that was submitted at the time of application for review and approval by the Planning Department. Item 9, all exterior lighting associated with the substation facility, both temporary and permanent, shall be cut off, shielded, and directed downward. Emergency and or safety lighting not meeting this requirement shall be presented to the zoning administrator for approval prior to installation. Item 10 has information regarding site plan review, regarding traffic control methods, coordinating with traffic public works, Sedgwick County Public Works, site access planning and procedures, construction traffic hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday, or may be approved differently by the Public Works Department if good cause is shown by the applicant. Required security fencing, lighting information, mitigation of dust, mitigating burning operations, and plan for staging and storing of materials. Item 11, the applicant shall submit a construction mitigation management plan to Sedgwick County Public Works for review and approval. Item 12, the applicant shall comply with the submitted traffic and transportation assessment as reviewed and approved by the county engineer. Item 13, the applicant shall be responsible for repairing any damage to roadways occurring or during development and construction and following decommissioning of the project or for any portion thereof. Item 14, the applicant shall enter into a road use agreement with Sedgwick County prior to the delivery of any material on site. Item 15, prior to initiation of construction, the applicant shall coordinate with the Sheriff's Department regarding the applicant's speed monitoring plans and devices to ensure safety regarding traffic coming to and from the construction area. Item 16, as part of the site plan review, the applicant shall be required to submit a grading plan that is substantially similar to what was submitted with the application for review and approval by Sedgwick County Public Works, and that condition details what the grading plan needs to include. Item 17, the applicant shall submit an erosion and sediment control plan for review and approval by Sedgwick County Public Works prior to construction. 18, a drainage plan shall be developed and approved by Sedgwick County Stormwater. Item 19, any non-synthetic natural herbicides shall be used when necessary for weed control in the project. Any other use of herbicides shall be strictly prohibited. The operator shall notify Sedgwick County Public Works in writing at least 7 days prior to the application of pesticides and fertilizers. County reserves the right to require soil and water testing by the applicant based on the application of herbicides, pesticides, and fertilizers. Item 20, the fence or similar barrier shall no fence or similar barrier shall cross main channel of any stream or through any wetland as identified on the site plan. Item 21, the project area's permanent entrance roads and parking areas as designated in the building permit application shall be stabilized with gravel, asphalt, or concrete to minimize dust and impacts to adjacent properties. All access roads, materials, and gate information shall be submitted for site plan approval by Sedgwick County Fire District 1. Access roads, internal roads, and parking areas shall be substantially consistent with materials submitted on the concept plan at the time of application. Item 22, all physically damaged panels or any portion of debris thereof shall be collected by the project operator and removed from the site and stored on site in location protected from weather and wildlife and from any contact with ground or water until removal from the site can be arranged. Storage of damaged panels or portion of debris thereof shall not exceed 30 days. Beyond any required period for insurance, warranty claim, or an event of a force majeure for which reasonable documentation shall be submitted for approval by the zoning administrator. Item 23, within 60 days of the Board of County Commission's approval, the applicant should provide cash held in escrow, most preferable, or in the form of a security bond as means of assuring payment for decommissioning costs. Item 24, the applicant shall submit a final SACS site plan and facility decommissioning and reclamation plan that complies with all aspects of the decommissioning plan included in the Unified Zoning Code. We added a bit in here to require that the decommissioning plan needs to include the plan for collecting, proper storage, and removal of damaged panels and components, including the identification of storage locations and length of time those items would be stored prior to removal. Item 25, upon decommissioning, all physical improvements, materials, and equipment that is part of the project boundary, both surface and subsurface components shall be removed in their entirety. Item 26, upon decommissioning, all access roads shall be removed, including any geotextile materials beneath the roads and granular materials. Topsoil shall be redistributed within the area that were previously used for agricultural purposes to provide substantially similar growing media as present with the area's proprietary access for construction. The landowner can request in writing that the access roads and associated culverts or the relative material be exempt from the removal. Item 27, decommissioning shall commence and be undertaken in accordance with approved decommissioning plan. And we added that decommissioning must be completed within 2 years after commencement. However, monitoring and restoration to ensure successful revegetation and rehabilitation can exceed the 2-year mark. Item 28, if the applicant or the property owner fails the timely decommissioning, the county shall have the right, but not the obligation, to commence decommissioning activities in accordance with the approved decommissioning plan. They get full access to the property and can secure all the items. If decommissioning is triggered for a portion of the project, then the applicant shall commence and complete decommissioning in accordance with the decommissioning plan. Item 30, the design, installation, maintenance, and repair of the project shall be in compliance with all applicable codes. Item 31, inspections are to be allowed by representatives or employees with proper credentials between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday with 24-hour notice. Item 32, emergency access response and training require that they work with the Sedgwick County Fire District regarding training and how to combat emergency or fire situations with the project. They shall hold training classes with the county's first responders to provide fire suppression materials, education and training on responding to on-site emergencies, to include the provision of information and any necessary equipment to allow first responders to gain access to any part of the project. In the event of any upgrades or changes to technology associated with the project results in any change to emergency procedures, including the manner of access to the project, the applicant shall notify the fire district, who may at their discretion schedule additional training on the new equipment. Item 23 is regarding to compliance. Item 34, the conditional use shall be terminated if the project does not commence construction within 2 years from the date of final approval. Item 35, the project and/or portion thereof is declared to be unsafe due to the violation of building or electrical codes as determined by the fire marshal or building official, and the applicant of the facility fails to respond in writing to such official within 30 days, the zoning administrator, with the concurrence of the planning director, may revoke the right of the project to continue operation until the unsafe condition is brought into compliance with the applicable building electrical code. Item 36, prior to installation, the applicant shall provide the Sedgwick County Office of Environmental Resources with a written list of capital equipment proposed to be installed on the site, including but not limited to solar voltaic equipment, and lists of all taxable tangible properties and the corresponding data sheets for these items as well, so that they can do the proper testing for groundwater and soil testing. Item 37, the owner and operator of the project shall acquire and maintain adequate liability insurance as required by the Unified Zoning Code until decommissioning is complete. Overall, our staff recommendation is based on the golden factors which are listed in your staff report. You can go through the items on the screen. What you have in front of you is the concept plan. The 40 acres that have been in question on the far right, where you see the angle with the railroad, if you take that section to the north, there's kind of a carve out there. Go up a little bit to your up and left, type in, go to just to the left, right there. That's the 40 acres. That is the difference between the 1399 and the 1359. It's part of a lease area they have. It was part of their legal description, but just not illustrated in the concept plan. Again, it doesn't bring the project over 1,500 acres, so it's really not a thing to get stuck on, but we just need one of either the legal description or the concept plan to be updated. Next picture. This is the landscape plan. Anything in the lime green is proposed vegetative screening. Anything in the pink is existing vegetation. Next picture. Oh, go back one. Anything in orange is proposed clearing, and that is only there kind of in the center up to the north. And that's the proposed location of their substation, where it connects into the transmission lines, which are traversing across the site kind of southwest to the northeast. Next picture. This is the road, the Hall Road analysis. The primary roads are in blue, which are the paved roads, secondary roads in red. Next picture. We're going to start going through the visual analysis. So several of these things, essentially these are viewpoints with the direction and kind of the wedge of the viewpoint. Don't necessarily spend too much time on this. I just put it in here for reference. If you go to the next one, we'll try to go through these pretty quickly. This is a view southeast of West 71st near 135th. Next picture. Beforehand, after construction, but then we start planting landscaping. Next picture. Here's 1 year. Next picture. 5 years of maturity. Go to the next viewpoint. This is a viewpoint from Springwater Road near South 119th Street West. Next picture. The pink line indicates that the panels are behind the existing vegetation and can't be seen. Next picture. This is a viewpoint from the northeast portion of South 119th Street near West 87th Street South. Next picture. You can see very faintly kind of to the right side of the tree, in between the lone tree and the tree area, that there's some panels that popped up there. And next picture kind of indicates where they are. So from existing point of view, from this location, they are visible, but some existing landscaping and the area just kind of hide their view a little bit. Next picture. This is just another matrix showing portions of the next viewpoints. Next picture. This is view from northeast from West 79th Street South between 119th and 135th. Next picture. This is an example where, based on the area, they were not proposing any landscaping. Next picture. This is, if you go to the next picture as well, you can kind of see that they popped up in the background. Next picture shows the pink line indicating their location. Next picture. This is southwest of West 71st Street South. In the right-hand corner, you can kind of see in the top where it's locating to. Next picture. Showing construction of them. The next picture shows 1 year of vegetation, and the next picture shows 5 years of vegetation. Next picture. And we'll just go to the next one. This is an example of existing vegetation, hiding them from view. You could, if you kind of look through the trees, you can kind of see where they pop up, but the existing vegetation mostly hides their view. Next picture. This is from West 79th Street South. Next picture. Showing after construction, and the next one is 1 year of vegetation, and the next one is 5 years of vegetation growth. We have one more. This is a view from northwest from South 119th Street near West 87th Street. Next picture. And again, an area where they are not proposing landscaping at this location. Go to the next picture, please. This is just a project area from an aerial point of view. Next picture.
Philip, excuse me.
Yes.
Appreciate it. The audience, please keep your comments down. You're interrupting what we can hear up here. Thank you.
Next picture for the zoning map. As we described before, it's all rural residential in this area, except for those lots that are within the city of Clearwater. Next picture. Future growth map shows it in the rural area and outside of the urban growth areas. Next picture. This is a better map of the urban growth area. It is near the urban growth area of Clearwater, but not within it. Next picture. Similar thing, area of influence map. Next picture. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Philip. Is there any questions for staff from the commission? Philip, I got a couple of questions if nobody else is going to ask any. On the application, project narrative identifying the applicants and the roles, if they know what it is at time, you're saying that's when they need to have that list together. But at what point, if they don't have that, is there a time frame that they have where they have to turn that in? And that's on page 3, B. So the applicant shall submit a detailed project narrative identifying all applicants and their roles, if known at the time. So my question is that at what point is that mandatory that they need to?
They provided that list. So applicants are property owners. They provided a list of all the property owners who have signed the lease with the agent. Agent is Branchline Solar LLC. And so essentially Branchline is the operator, and then the applicants are the property owners who are still owning the property but leasing it to the solar company.
Okay. Also says no building and construction permit shall be issued until applicant submits proof of appropriate permits and any required guarantees dealing with road damage, maintenance can be provided. What form are those guarantees going to be in?
I will have to defer to other staff to know, like Sedgwick County Public Works, as to what forms of guarantees they typically use regarding road maintenance.
I know there's several times where it states in the staff report that they're going to have to require or guarantees, but it doesn't spell out exactly what it is.
Sure. Our understanding is that with these other departments that they are required to work with, like Sedgwick County Public Works or Environmental Resources or Fire District 1, there's working with them on what is appropriate and required by that department in order to satisfy and have the guarantee according to that department standards.
Okay, because we're in that position that we're trying to help establish rules and regulations, policy, and the whole works. But it's difficult for us to do that when we have to rely on feedback from other departments, especially if we're not getting that information back.
Well, as an example, when we were developing and reviewing the application materials and the staff report and the conditions, an example is the road use agreement. This is something the county already uses with large developers when they come in doing subdivisions for construction and maintenance of roads during the time of construction. So that's something that the county already has in place and does with other types of projects. So, as planning staff, we're not the most knowledgeable of what these other departments require, but that's why there's a condition of approval that requires them to provide sufficient guarantees that meet the standards of the other departments. Otherwise, the department's not going to sign off on it.
Right, and I understand what our current policies are on that, but when it comes to other type of development in industry, to me, this is a little specialized. And we're looking at, 1,400 acres plus. And the impact it's going to have with the surrounding communities, the environment, and so forth. So I think we need to be more due diligence on this type of application than what we are on some other ones. And we're pretty thorough on the other ones, but I just want to make sure that we've really got all of our ducks in a row. We got to get this right.
Yeah, Chairman Justin Wagner, County Council. I did want to add that one of the conditions, condition 14, is that the applicant would have to enter into a road use agreement, and that's going to be with the Board of County Commissioners that I think will, and that's prior to delivery of any materials on site. So, I mean, there will be an agreement the county commission would have to enter into. The code does not contemplate that being reached before the planning commission level, but that would address at least some of the concerns I think you raised, maybe not all of them, though.
Okay, thank you, sir. You know, and also when it comes to the financial aspect of it, you know, where it states in there that it should be either staff analysis that it either be in form of escrow, which is preferred, or bonds. I don't think we need to give a choice. I think it needs to be, because bonds can be broke at one point. That can go downhill. So I think that the escrow portion of it, you know, I think is extremely important, you know, to me.
Mirrors what the code states.
I get that, but we're constantly changing the way the codes are. We're making revisions at some point. And what we're doing is making recommendations to the governance, you know, so if all the staff report is going to be treated as gospel and not taking anything away from staff, what are we doing here?
And Chairman,
You know, so
Could I add a comment to that? Again, Justin Wagner, County Council. I just wanted to say, I think that if there's a will on the part of the Planning Commission to recommend, you can recommend reasonable conditions. And while Philip correctly stated that there are multiple options under the code, you could recommend, if it would be the will of the Planning Commission, that the escrow option be the recommended option when this goes to the Board of County Commissioners. So that is, I think that is permissible if that's the will of the Planning Commission.
all right. Then on the decommissioning aspect of it, and this might be more for the applicant, but are there any plans in the future to have the battery energy storage system on that? And if that answer is no, then that's great, you know, but
At this time, it would have to be a separate application.
okay. And we need to make sure that also that we have the material safety data sheets, especially when it comes to the panels or everything else, because it doesn't really say in the decommissioning portion of it exactly what's going to happen to the panels when they cannot be reconditioned, rebuilt, remanufactured, and they're disposed of, besides just putting in our landfill. I want to make sure that there is nothing in there that can go in our landfill that's going to be harmful at all.
Right, and that will be reviewed when the decommissioning plan is reviewed, and panels would be disposed of per industry standards.
And, you know, a lot of the requirements that the staff is recommending, you know, prior to construction, and thanks for clarifying that construction starts at groundwork. You know, but, you know, the site plan, the landscape drainage and so forth, shouldn't that be done prior to approval of the permit?
As an example, we'll take the landscape plan, for example. Should the board feel that additional landscape is necessary, then they would add to the conditions that, you know, additional landscaping needs to be provided in certain locations. And if the application is then approved with that additional condition, they would have to provide a revised landscape plan during the building permit review process for review and approval. We couldn't approve a landscape plan or even a site plan prior to the MAPC, because those are items that could possibly change for the public hearing process.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Austin?
Hey, Philip. Had a couple quick questions. On item number 5, when we talk about the utility connections between disparate properties, most of those, I assume, will be on, those extensions will be on private property, but it looks like there'll be some road crossings. I assume the county public works permits those rights, those crossing rights. The question I had was whether any of those would be flagged up, marked as part of like one call locates. Is there going to be some kind of identifying markers whenever there's a road crossing? So, you know, sometimes you see, like with the fiber optics, AT&T will put white, you know, plastic strips with an orange cap or something.
I will have to defer to somebody else with something
Okay,
that
and that might be a
expertise.
question for the applicant. It's just that out in the county, if they're typically like the rural water districts and stuff like that, they're on private property, and when there's crossings, they don't mark them on one calls. It's just something that should be,
Especially speaking of like underground.
Right.
lines, Yeah.
right.
I'll
Just,
have to defer to someone
Okay.
else who can answer that question.
okay, just a little bit of clarification. And then also on the environmental side, item 19, where we talk about baseline testing, see in the staff recommendations or requirements, there's a baseline water quality test to establish that at the time of permit, but there wasn't an associated one for earthwork. And I didn't know if it made sense to have some representative earthwork, samples as well. Just if I were the applicant, I would do it anyway as a practical business matter from a liability standpoint. But I didn't know if that's something that we should be requiring the soil test in addition to the groundwater test, because
Once Environmental Resources receives the safety data sheets, they will require water and soil testing once they know to test for.
okay, it's just those things need to be done at the beginning because you can't establish a baseline if you're 5 years into the
Yeah,
project. So
one of the last sentences of item 19 says county reserves a right to require soil and water testing by the applicant based on the application of herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers.
okay,
So it's soil and water.
it's not a mandate though. It's a reservation of a right to require it. I'm just simply saying it makes more sense to just require it. Personal perspective. Thank you.
Commissioner Fry?
Thank you. Philip, for my first question, I'm referring to the urban growth areas map. And on page 2, it says, item B, I'm sorry, item A, it is not within any urban growth area for any city. Was this ever in an urban growth area and it was removed?
No,
So,
no, the urban air Clearwater has looked like that, and I don't know the full history behind it, but understanding that they started annexing lots to provide them water.
You
And so
mentioned
the
that.
urban growth area was extended around just those two subdivisions.
okay, thank you. And item D, the project boundary shall be nearer than 2 miles. We actually have another permit that we heard a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Does this supersede that? I mean, would they be in conflict with each other? I want to go back to that case because we heard that one first.
So the way our staff analysis is that application is not approved. So at this point, there is not an established SECS in Central County. So at
Only
this
because
point-
it's not approved.
Correct. Full disclosure is if they're moving to essentially a point of conflict, they would be within a mile of each other. But at this point, neither one of them are approved. And
Okay.
so the application wasn't flat or, discarded because of that, because
Right.
the other one isn't approved.
Okay. On page 5, item F, and it talks about the community impact assessment and that the applicant did an assessment on the revenue for the project. Does staff concur with their numbers in terms of the tax revenue will generate over the years? Have we done an analysis of that?
Scott.
My understanding is that we have provided that to county finance staff and that they are in the process of doing a review. I don't know what the status is on that. We've asked them, is it reasonable is the question that we're asking them.
But we don't also show what the current revenue being generated by those acres are in terms of property tax revenue. So we don't know what to compare it against, correct?
To my knowledge, we do not have that.
Okay.
That is something we can.
And I think
look at.
that's what we asked for the other permit as well. So that might be a follow-up question or for another time. I made notes. On page 10, item Q, when it talks about security fencing, that doesn't require screening. Any solid screening, it's just a security fence.
Correct. The ordinance for the UCC only requires security fencing.
Okay. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Commissioner High?
Thank you. Philip, good job putting this together. Question is on tax abatements. what taxes are going to be paid and what taxes are not going to be paid, and
I'll have to either look to the county councilor or the applicant. Amen.
Certainly, Commissioner Hyde, the question that you asked, I think you're asking specifically, and just to be clear, I don't think any of this has taxes being abated by, the county commissioner or any other governing body. You're probably talking about tax exemptions. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. KSA 79-201 11th has a provision that says that essentially the solar panels or the equipment used, the personal property using the equipment for the generation of the solar energy could be subject to a 10-year exemption, not more than a 10-year exemption. So that's what would be exempt. There would still be real property taxes for any underlying property. Any structures built on the property would likely be subject to taxation. You could certainly ask the applicant more questions about that, about how it may impact it, but does that answer your question, Commissioner?
it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. So, and this may be for the applicant also, but I'll ask the projected megawatt demand. Is this from numbers by, and I'm talking about demand, not generated for solar. So do we have some sort of report that shows projected megawatt demand in this area from a credible source or Evergy, using the current growth plan of our county? And then is there a second number that shows, is there a projected growth demand for any kind of high potential, high use businesses that are going to become reality, i.e. data centers?
I will defer to the applicant.
Applicant, okay.
Any additional questions, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Hyde?
yeah, one more. Sorry. The estimated decommission cost of the $6,276,810, again, it might be applicant, but is that $2026 or the $2061?
I think they were either $2025 or $26. However, as per the ordinance, that number has to be recalculated
Every 5 years. Yep. Thank you so much.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, the agent or applicant, and you have 10 minutes.
Ben, are you ready? Mr. Aldrich, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Start. Well, good morning, Commission. Thank you very much for the time and for the flexibility to make this meeting happen today. I understand you all have busy schedules, and I appreciate you sacrificing those busy schedules to get this meeting on the books. Before I get into my application, I do just want to recognize staff. You've got a great staff at your disposal. Philip and Scott have done a ton of work, answered a ton of questions, and maintain professionalism and integrity without. So just want to recognize them and their team and thank them for all their hard work and congratulate you as a commission on having such a great staff on your team. Next slide, please. My name is Ian Edwards. I am the lead project developer for Branchline Solar, which is a 130 megawatt proposed project northeast of Clearwater. Just to answer a question off the bat and for the benefit of the folks in the room, we are not now, nor do we in the future propose a battery storage component to this project. That is out of respect for the ordinance that is in place and out of respect for the county commission decision to put a moratorium in place. We do not have any plans currently or in the future to include battery storage as part of this project. I work for a company called TED Renewables. The group behind me is representing TED Renewables as well. I brought a solid team with me if they want to stand up and recognize themselves. They will be available for Q&A for the commission after the fact. We have engineering, development, and our executive team present here just for the benefit of the commission. Our parent company is Tier Energy Incorporated. We are both based in Overland Park. We are a Kansas-based development company and a Kansas-based energy company. Tier Energy has been in business for about 20 years. They own and operate power plants. That's their business. They have investments in wind, solar, and natural gas across the entire United States. Most recently, TIER completed a development called the Hickory Run Energy Project, which is a 1 gigawatt natural gas combined cycle in Pennsylvania. I also wanted to just introduce you to the guy who's jabbering at you. I'm a poor dumb farm kid. I am the fourth generation son of 4 generations of wheat farmers in Kansas. I grew up outside of Bison, which is in Rush County, which is about 30 miles south of Hayes, for anybody who's not familiar. I did include a cheesy picture of myself on the one time my dad was comfortable with this combine stopping in the field. That's my dad on the right, my brother-in-law on the left, and I'm looking forward to being back on that combine here before too long, because I think wheat harvest is going to be pretty early this year. Next slide, please. Why we're here. We are here requesting a conditional use permit per the Wichita-Sedgwick County Unified Zoning Code. The commission remembers that there was a pretty extensive process that went through solar ordinances. The ordinance was updated. It's a pretty significant ordinance. We believe in it, and in the spirit of that ordinance, and also by the letter of that ordinance, and in what we believe is the spirit of that ordinance, we have presented a complete application for your consideration. We've done a ton of work to come into this application. So all field studies have been completed. That's wetland delineations, threatened and endangered species assessments, phase 1 environmental site assessments, geotechnical assessments, ALTA and topographic surveys, historical well surveys. All of that has been completed and was incorporated into our application. We have also submitted those findings and received concurrence from the Federal Aviation Administration, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Their feedback has been incorporated into our presentation, and we will continue to refer to their feedback and guidance as we finalize our design. Next slide, please. I won't spend a ton of time on this slide. I thought it would be helpful just on the discourse on previous discussions and just based on some of the questions from the commission even this morning to highlight both the perimeter fence and the vegetative screening aspects of our project. One, for the benefit of the commission, and also for the benefit of folks in the room as well. As Philip mentioned in his presentation, we do have a vegetative screening plan incorporated as part of our project. That plan is a draft plan. It can be updated. We will continue to take input from the community, from the commission, from staff, and work on that as we finalize that plan. So just because what we presented today may seem like a final plan, that does not have to be the case. We will continue to solicit input, and we are very grateful for that input as we finalize our design. The other part of this is the perimeter fence. Historically, the industry has used chain link barbed wire fencing. The ordinance does require 8-foot fencing. That's also a requirement of the National Electric Code. For this project, we do not propose to utilize that. We are proposing, some people call it ag fencing. We call it deer buster fencing around the farm. What it is a woven wire mesh supported by cedar fence posts. It satisfies the need of the ordinance. It satisfies National Electric Code. It's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, and it is recommended by the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks because those woven wire gaps allow small critters in and out of the project site. They allow natural predators of those small critters in and out of the project site, but they keep out the big stuff. They keep out cattle, they keep out deer, they keep out unauthorized personnel. So just, again, for the benefit of the group at large, I wanted to make sure to highlight those. And vegetative screening, as you can see on the top, that's what's typically included as part of a project like this. I know we included some visual simulations. It could look like what we see here. Again, that plan is not final, and we will continue to work with staff and the commission and the community at large as we finalize that plan. Next slide, please. Just benefits and local impacts. One of the big drivers of benefits is tax revenue. So again, I think the Deputy County Councilor did a great job of highlighting this, but for the benefit of the commission and the room at large, I wanted to highlight a couple of things. We sourced a third-party tax analysis by Polsinelli Law Firm out of Kansas City, and we shared those results with the University of Kansas Institute for Policy and Social Research. As a result of those, we understand, and I want to be clear, Deputy County Councilor is correct. There is a 10-year personal property tax abatement that is available as part of the state code. That is a decision that's made in Topeka, not in Wichita. So the commission is not, we are not requesting that just by the nature of being the project that we are eligible for that. I do also want to point out that any electrical project in the state of Kansas is eligible for a 10-year tax abatement as part of that state code. So, the wind projects out to the west, the 2 natural gas projects being developed by Evergy and Sumner County, they are also eligible. If I was standing up here requesting a nuclear permit, I would be talking about this same abatement. So it's not something that is just given to renewable projects. And as you can see, based on our tax revenue projections, we anticipate that over $20 million is going to be contributed by this project over the project life. This analysis assumes a 30-year project life because that is the length of our shortest lease. The biggest recipient in that is going to be the Clearwater School District. By millage, based on the revenue produced by this project, they will receive $11.2 million, which is about 56% of those proceeds. Sedgwick County is the next biggest recipient by tax millage. They're about 26%. That is about $5.1 million. I've haircut these numbers by about 15% just in an effort to be conservative, under promise, over deliver. We also propose what we call a contribution agreement, commonly referred to as a pilot payment, in those 10 years to help supplement some of that income. And you can see on the charts on the right, even in year 5, cumulative, the project is expected to deliver more in tax revenue than the acreage in its current use for the next 50 years. Over the project life, again, you can see, and I had to point
Excuse me, I interrupt you for a second. Would please shut your phones off if you can't abide by our rules, or take it outside, please. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. These benefits just come without the additional strain on county services. No additional water needs to be run out here, no sewer lines, no additional police, no trash, no electric service. Next slide, please. Community engagement is a big part of what we do. Being a Kansas-based company, it's important for us to engage with our fellow Kansans. So prior to submitting this conditional use permit application, Branch Line Solar sent informational packets to every landowner within 1,000 feet of our proposed permitted area. Those materials included an overview of our project, some educational resources on the solar industry as a whole, our social media and website links if folks wanted additional information, as well as our direct contact information and an offer to meet with us directly, either on site or virtually, for more information. We sent over 140 packets. To date, we have received responses and met with 4 landowners. So this says 3. I actually met with one yesterday, including one of those landowners who was actually interested in participating in the project as part of a long-term development. This does not have to be the end. Whatever the decision made by the board is today, we believe in transparency in our development, and we are open and willing to meet with anybody who needs additional information. Feel free to reach out to me or grab one of our team here if you want our contact information. We are happy to meet with anybody who needs more information as part of this project. Next slide. And finally, I know I'm running out of time here. I just want to highlight what the approval allows. I stand up here representing private landowner interests that are interested in preserving their heritage, diversifying their farm operations, and hosting temporary infrastructure. I'm not at home on the farm, but I do appreciate the legacy and the heritage that all the ancestors before me did to make that happen. I want to hang on that as long as possible, and I know our landowners are interested in that as well. It allows power to be delivered into the Sedgwick County area and the broader region. It's over $20 million of new local revenue to the Clearwater School District in Sedgwick County. And more importantly, it lets that land rest for 30 years and be returned to the greatest stewards, the landowners who own and operate it.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you one more minute since I rudely interrupted you.
No problem. That actually concludes my presentation, so it worked out well. Thank you very much to the commission. Thank you to staff, and I will yield my time to the public comment.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Dill?
Can you tell me or show me on the map where your connection to the electrical grid is?
Yes, type in, if you could pull up the concept plan again, our site design. So Commissioner Dool, if you can see, and I don't know if I'm allowed to walk up there and point to it, so it looks like Philip is going to do it for me. That green or that orange line that runs kind of diagonal through the site is an existing 138 kilovolt transmission line. We are proposing tapping into that line and building our infrastructure in those red boxes right where that mouse is. It's a little hard to see because it's faint, but type in if you could move the mouse back to. Yeah, perfect. If you could move the mouse back to those red boxes up to the north, exactly right. That is our proposed project infrastructure location where we'll bring in both parts of that line and build a new switching station as well as our project substation.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Commissioner Fry?
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation, Ian. I'm going to refer back to your presentation, slide 5. And this follows up the question that I asked earlier about the property tax revenue. In our staff report, the community impact analysis says 7.5 million for Sedgwick County and 12.2 for Clearwater. And on slide 5, it's showing lower numbers.
Correct.
So when did it get revised and why the revision?
So the revision is my math. Again, just going back to my presentation, I haircut our numbers by about 15%. I do that across the board. My goal is to stand behind the numbers that I present. KU used the Polsinelli analysis and came up with their own analysis, and they're going to stand behind the numbers that they present. I believe it will be higher, but just out of respect for the commission and being open and honest, I do haircut my numbers in the Polsinelli analysis by about 15%. Mine are also adjusted for inflation. The KU numbers are not adjusted for inflation. I do have a representative from KU that is happy to stand up and answer questions about their report, but that's the response, is clearly. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Austin?
Yeah, and thanks for your presentation. Not sure how a farm kid from Rush County, Bison, went to Washburn instead of K-State, but
Well, there's an answer if you would love to hear it.
yeah, I know where Bison is, so I can drive there any day. So anyway, question for you. Ted, can you explain a little bit about the history of Ted Renewables with solar panel projects?
Absolutely. So TED was founded in 2022 by myself and Robert Shanklin, our CEO. Robert and I were both previously at Tier Energy. We've been there for, it's about, we're closing in on 10 years. So Tier approached us with an idea of, we want to get into renewable development. Robert and I, mostly Robert, I won't take the credit for Robert's vision. We decided to take a portfolio of assets that we were developing jointly with another third-party development group out of Boston. We purchased 9 what we call seed assets. We had a development portfolio that we worked on. We bought 9 of those assets, created TED, founded TED around those assets. So to date, we have successfully developed to construction or to nearly construction 7 out of those 9 projects. We've got a great team. We have about 22 employees all told, with a number of decades of experience across the entire industry, not just with solar and wind, but with gas production as well. And some of them are here today as well, if you want to pick their brains on specific aspects of their careers or aspects of the project.
That was 7 solar projects or just 7 renewable?
It was 7 solar projects, 1 solar and battery storage.
Okay. How long was the first project that's been operational? How long has it been operating?
Guilty, I'm looking to you. I think they started operations about a year ago. I think the first portfolio. Yeah, within the last year. Sorry, within the last year. I think 3. I don't think. I know 3 of those projects have commenced operations within the last year.
Okay. As far as the management and ongoing operations, one of the I guess biggest concerns that we hear is the environmental aspect about it. Can you share with us a little bit about industry knowledge, your guys' practice in terms of the panels you use? We get questions about heavy metals, other toxins, storm damage. If you can elaborate on that.
So the panels that we are proposing for this project do not contain, what we call First Solar modules. That is cadmium telluride, which is a heavy metal that was typically used, and it is very commonly used in modules that are built by a company called First Solar. First Solar modules are popular because they are built in the United States. We are not, just to be clear, we are not proposing that as part of our project. We would propose a polysilicon module. And they're, the only, I think, metal found in those it's sand and aluminum. They do include lead in the solder. However, none of that lead rises to the level of what the EPA would consider unsafe for children to play around, if that makes sense. The EPA is a baseline of, if a kid's playing in the dirt and picking up the dirt, like I'm sure I used to do when I was about this high, the EPA has a baseline of what they would consider dangerous levels of lead in that soil. So the amount of lead used in the solder for panels like this do not rise to that level of EPA baseline. And it's no different than any of the components that use solder in our cars and the phones we use and our computers. in the TVs, in the appliances we have in our household items.
Okay. Also, are the construction, the capital investment in terms of construction, what's the dollars on that?
Yeah, roughly about $150 million.
Is that sales tax exempt, or do you guys pay sales tax
I
on it?
may need to defer to my vice president of EPC here. May have to follow up with you on that. I believe there is a sales tax exemption on it. I do know that there are sales tax surveys made in the KU report as well. And Thomas.
I think it goes part of that question of the economic benefit and impact, because we do have a countywide sales tax here, and that there may be some level of contribution, I guess, from that.
And we'll say report does cover it as well. I will say, sorry, I might be talking too close. I will say the KU report does cover this as well. Construction and full-time operations management folks that come in as part of this project will be paying sales tax just by nature of buying gas, paying for food, hotel, equipment, if they're buying tools at Home Depot, they will be contributing to the sales tax base as a result of construction and operations.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner High.
Thank you, Ian, for your presentation. Could you explain the recurring solar panel maintenance, including water cleaning and?
Yeah, it's a great question. Typically, and in the last night's a good example. Full story, no operation maintenance wants to actually clean these panels if they don't have to. So a region like this, we luckily tend to get enough rain to make it worthwhile. However, I know we've been in a bit of a drought. Our analysis based on feedback from our O&M providers is about once every 3 years. You could see a scenario where you would need module washing for a project like this. What we have currently on site is a meteorological station that is actually measuring what we call soiling, which is the amount of dust that gets on those sensors and what the impact to our production based on that dust is. So there's a cost benefit analysis that goes into that to say, is the impact that this dust is having worth actually trucking in water to clean these modules? But let's say for the sake of argument that we do have to do that. Once every 3 years, and Gautier checked my number on this, I think it's about 700,000 gallons of water. 70,000 gallons, sorry, 70,000 gallons of water that would be required. So it's pretty small.
Trucked in.
That's correct.
So not using the source from the city or the county.
That's correct.
And then, are there any environmental concerns with the water? Washing the panels?
No, it would be non-potable water, but it would just be.
Yeah, I know that answer. I just want you to say that.
Perfect. No is the answer.
Okay. I asked the question, I ask you, have you done studies on megawatt projections? And maybe two types of projections. One is current growth, and the second is higher demand growth, for instance, with data centers.
Sure. So, not in terms of this region. I would love the opportunity to follow up directly if that's something that we can provide. I can't speak for Evergy. It's good as Evergy sometimes guards those numbers unless they're trying to claim a rate increase at the KCC.
Yeah.
They're pretty particular about those numbers, but we can provide something as part of a follow-up if that would be helpful. And again, just for the benefit of the commission and the folks in the room, you mentioned high use IE data centers. We are not proposing, nor have we been in talks with. We are not under contract with any data center as part of this project. So again, just for the benefit of the folks here and in the room, that is not something that's proposed here.
Thank you for clarifying that. Do you agree with the staff conditions?
We do, yes.
All of them, okay.
Yes, we are not requesting any variances to those conditions as part of this.
Okay. Now staff listed that they preferred escrow, but surety bonds are a possibility. What if we require escrow instead of surety bonds?
I would want to probably talk to our leadership team and get a sense, somebody smarter than me on whether that's doable. But we are certainly willing to have that conversation. I personally can't see an issue with it, but I also want to be respectful of the folks that make that call.
Sure. I don't think, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, what is your projection for the life of the facility?
Right now, we are projecting 30 years because that is, and again, sorry, if there's a follow-up question, that is the length of our shortest lease. If we were to renegotiate with that leaseholder, it could be extended up to, the longest duration is 50 years. So the way our lease structure works is we typically have a 35-year entry lease with optional 5-year extensions. So we as the developer and the landowner can opt into those extensions if we communally agree. Right now, our shortest lease is 30 years because that landowner is interested in bringing that land out at that time and continuing operations the way they see fit.
Okay, now your projections of revenues that you had up there, was that annual revenues or was that revenues over the life of the project?
Those are over the life of the project. So project life, over 20 million. In years 1 through 5, that is a cumulative number.
Okay, so if you're looking at 30 years and you're looking at 5.1 million in Sedgwick County, it's not too much, is it?
I would point to the comparison of the project life and its current use, which is projected to be 165,000, and 26% of that is going to Sedgwick County. So it's compared to its current use, it is a substantial increase.
And then you're getting abatements and everything else from the state. In your calculations, do you foresee any dollars whatsoever increase in the consumers around your project or any additional cost?
I'm not sure if I understand.
As far as utility cost, infrastructure cost, property tax increases. Of course, our county's gone crazy right now on that. But anyway, where I'm going with this is that you're getting a substantial amount of tax breaks, and from the state, but yet, how much exactly are we going to be getting back as we, meaning our local communities, our county and stuff? And based on those numbers over 30 years, that's a drop in a bucket. That's hardly anything. But that's just my personal opinion on that.
Sure.
So it's, thinking, okay, if you look at, the cost that it's going to impact, if you will, is it really worth it? It is to you. I get that. You happen to be in business for one reason only and no other reason, and that's to make a profit. You're not there to pay taxes. You're not there to make everybody else feel good. You're out there to make a profit. It's called business 101. So I get all that. But, you also mentioned the water usage. Was I correct? Did I hear 70,000 gallons?
Total, correct.
Okay, and that's over the course of the project.
That's, if required, once every 3 years.
Okay, once every 3 years. Where's that water coming from?
Typically, it's trucked in. So we would bring a water truck in.
Okay, so you're going to hook up to a local hydrant and fill the trucks, which a lot of, construction companies do. Is that what your plan is?
I think we would be opportunistic with that water. I'm sure it requires a permit to do that. So we would be in compliance with whatever the requirements were for the county, or we would bring it in from an outside source.
Okay, because this is where I have a problem. That water's already being treated and everything else. We got expenses in there, and you would not be purchasing any of that water. You'd be getting it for free. Now, my question is, since we're in the process of one of these days having a new sewer treatment facility, is there any reason why you can't use, gray water or any water that they're putting out into the big ditch right now? Could you utilize that water instead of the processed water that's already been treated?
And if I may, am I allowed to bring one of the
Yeah,
representatives?
so you know, you need to have somebody come to the mic. I just have a problem. If you're going to go to a hydrant and pump water for free, that's just another cost that the taxpayers has paid for. And got a concern about that.
Sure, yeah, and I may call Gautier Dubois, who's our Vice President of Engineering, Procurement, Construction, up to answer that question. Did you catch it?
I was trying to find the email, but Gautier Dubois with Time to Mo's. We posed a water question to an O&M provider. They gave us the 40 gallon per module for cleaning. For the hydrant, my understanding is if we need a permit and probably a meter, I don't think we would just pump it for free. So we would work with whoever the responsible party is. And if we have to buy that water, we buy it. If we have to source it from outside the county, we would.
Well, I would hope that our governance would put a cost factor on that. About the only break you should get is that you don't have to pay the sewer fee on there. But I think that you need to pay for the water, but that's sort of outside of realm there a little bit. That's up to governance. But those are just some of the questions that I've had and concerns that I've had. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Is there any additional questions for the commission? Saying none, thank you, sir. There will be a rebuttal time. I will ask now that anybody that wishes to speak on this matter, please come to the podium. State your name, your address for our record. You're going to have a strict 3-minute time, and I do ask the audience during the time, please don't have any comments. Just let us be able to hear everything, and please don't interrupt. And just thank you for your patience.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. I just wanted to share with everyone, we believe that what's happening with the microphone is that if it gets bumped, it starts to shut off and come back on. So just please be careful and try not to bump it. And if it gets too bad, we can always substitute one of these microphones as well.
Okay, thank you. And also, if you have any information for the commission, please give it to staff, and staff will pass it out. Okay, sir, you're.
Name is Steve Howerton. I live at 8019 South Meridian, Hayesville. We talked about a lot of things up here, and I'm going to run by one that is just coming to light with the solar industry and the equipment they're using. And it's the harmful sounds coming from inverters and substations. I'm going to read you what information I found. I'm going to highlight the impacts on the low frequency noise from solar inverters and substations. Sound is usually measured in dB, and it's A, which is pressure of sound against the air. What I'm talking about is dBc and dBz. Those are sounds that are above human hearing and below human hearing, but they do affect humans. The tones can travel through air and objects with little resistance, unlike dBA sounds. Humans often miss this high and low frequencies, but they can still affect us physically. These sounds can travel distances, sometimes up to 6 miles. Solar inverters and substations with their transformers, inverters, and switching equipment are often the primary sources. At a mile away, these hums can cause headaches, disrupt sleep, cause fatigue, reduce focus, and even affect cognition. Even when total sound levels appear safe, the EPA says it's safe. They do not measure these other frequencies. And these are symptoms from dBA or dBc and Z. 3 communities, East Windsor, Connecticut, Suffolk, Virginia, and Clinton County, Indiana, have already filed formal noise complaints with their cities. In rural areas, these effects are real. By carefully siting inverters using tall, dense barriers like cinder block walls or large berms, heavy vegetation, or hush walls, and continuously monitoring the sound levels, we can reduce the risk to the residents sleep, and quality of life. As more of these projects develop, both in Sedgwick County and across the country, it's only a matter of time before people start complaining about health effects and pursuing legal actions against their cities, counties, and state governments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please. Please state your address for our records.
Yes, my name is Dustin Self, and I live at 7150 South 135th Street West. In fact, it's the corner of 135th and 71st Street, right at the northernmost point of the project. And I would like to say that I did receive one of the packets that was within 1,000 feet of the proposed solar sites. And I am speaking in opposition to this solar project for one main reason, but from what I've heard, I just want to go over. So there's very little to no tax benefit to Sedgwick County due to the tax abatements for 10 years. And that is only if the legislation holds. If they extend those tax abatements in Topeka, Sedgwick County would have no say in whether or not that legislation passed or they got more tax abatements after that 10-year period. There's also no guarantee of any reduction to our energy bills because they've admitted that they don't have any contracts with Evergy. And even if they did, Evergy is in business to make money. So why would they pass through that savings to the consumer, even if they did somehow negotiate that contract? I'm a real estate broker and have been in Wichita for 20 years. And my main concern is the property value that goes with this project in particular, because this is on the main thoroughfare all the way down to Clearwater, and any industrial development devalues residential property and acreage. And local perception drives property value. And the amount of information they sent in that packet that dealt with property value was staggeringly slight. Okay, they basically referenced two projects that they had interviewed appraisers around in Minnesota and Kentucky and said they didn't really notice any serious decrease in property value. So you can trust us, right? And no, there was no metrics. There was nothing saying how much property was affected, how close that property was to those sites. And I think that urban growth must mean something different than residential development, because this is literally sandwiching housing developments in between these solar fields. Okay? I mean, if you're talking about residential development, I mean, urban growth along that major structure, I think that is in the. Okay, if we're talking residential development, and I know that Clearwater is a nice, proud community, and I think this would affect their property value, because everything that goes into a buyer's mind and a developer's mind when they are going to purchase a property or develop near a property, it goes, is this appreciating value? And if you put industrial along that only road that connects Clearwater to Wichita, I think that's going to value any acreage. And we're talking about decades of equity that could be affected. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to protect, is I want to protect the equity that people have built that are not leasing their property to solar farms.
Okay, sir, thank you. Unfortunately, your time has expired. Appreciate your comments. And again, thank you. The next speaker, please state your name, your address for our records, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Miranda Self. I live at 7150 South 135th Street West. I'll be speaking this morning, reading a statement from Rose Corby, who was not able to be here this morning. She and her husband recently purchased a lot 14, Block 2, Meadow Estates Edition on March 30th. We only just learned about Branch Line Solar Project and discovered that our property is locally located roughly 320 feet from the nearest proposed solar panel site. Because of how close this project is to nearby homes and neighborhoods, I believe this community deserves a very high level of scrutiny, transparency, and independent environmental review before a project of this scale is approved. I respectfully ask that this commission would deny or at minimum delay approval of the Branch Line Solar Project until additional independent review and stronger protections are put in place. I want to be clear, this is not opposition to renewable energy itself. This is about responsible land use decisions and protecting our community before permanent changes are made to more than 1,000 acres of land in Sedgwick County. One of my biggest concerns is wildlife and migratory birds. The Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks stated that this project lies within the migratory corridor of the endangered whooping crane population and noted that wetlands and ponds in the area may serve as stopover habitat. KDWP specifically recommended further U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service consultation and habitat modeling. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has also acknowledged concerns about the lake effect, where reflective glare from large solar arrays may be mistaken for bodies of water by migratory birds, potentially resulting in injury or mortality. The service specifically states that migratory birds, including breeding, migrating, feeding, and roosting birds, should be considered when evaluating solar facilities. Federal agencies have further warned that utility-scale solar development can contribute to habitat fragmentation, barriers to wildlife movement, invasive species spread, pollinator decline, and loss of natural habitat if projects are not carefully planned and independently reviewed. I am also concerned that many of the plans before you are still preliminary. The grading plan is labeled preliminary, not for construction, and roadway use documents state design remains subject to change. Residents are being asked to accept permanent impacts before final drainage, grading, erosion, and construction details are complete. This project repeatedly asks the public to rely on assumptions, but assumptions are not guarantees. This land is not simply empty space. It is the part of a functioning ecosystem that supports migratory birds, pollinators, wetlands, grassland species, and native wildlife movement across Sedgwick County. Once thousands of panels, fencing systems, access roads, and industrial infrastructure are...
I have to interrupt you. Thank you so much for reading that for your neighbor. I appreciate that. And if you have anything, staff can get it from you that fell back. Just go ahead and leave it on the podium. Sir, please come to the podium, state your name and your address for our records, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. My name is Dennis Woods. I reside at 5201 South 119th Street West, Clearwater. I'm here this morning, as I was with the Mission Clean Energy hearing, to speak in opposition to this application for a new solar installation near the Clearwater community. Why? Because we have the dubious distinction of having property within 1,000 feet of both project areas. My dilemma is this: the narrative does not meet the facts. We don't have a shortage of power in this area, and I can reference anything I'm saying and back it up. It's not cheaper. It's 4 times more expensive through a Forbes article than conventional power generation such as natural gas. It's not efficient. The best you can hope for is 24% conversion. As we've talked about, it's governmentally subsidized through tax abatement and federal subsidies, meaning large tax credits. Now, these folks told you that they're out of Kansas City, and that's true of TED Renewables. That's true of Tier Energy, but their parent company is Hitachi out of Japan, and it is solely a large holding company. Now, my biggest problem with all this is that we're not meeting the Unified Zoning Code. A little history on the zoning code. It was created in 1978 by a Kansas Supreme Court case in Golden versus Overland Park, whereby the justices found in favor of the plaintiff. And from that developed a very specific set of criteria that must be met in any zoning amendment to determine whether that zoning amendment is reasonable. Now, I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds with you on that bit of information, but I will tell you this. Obviously, you have a lot of public opposition here, and this is 2 meetings in a row. You also have the potential, and it doesn't take a scientist to tell you this, that there will be negative impact to nearby properties. One study says it's down 7% within 1/10 of a mile. If we're not careful, we're going to spend dollars to save pennies, and we're going to enrich a few at the expense of many. I'd like to propose in closing that an independent study be conducted to identify whether we meet the Unified Zoning Code. This should be done at the applicant's expense and done as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker. Please, I've requested that you keep your comments down. That includes the plats. We're trying to run a meeting here and get all the facts. We appreciate your cooperation. Next speaker, please. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for our records.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Susan Schrog. I live at 9061 South Tyler in Clearwater. I'm here because I have a number of questions, and I assume amongst the people here, I'll find out some answers. My first question is, who are the parties in this deal? Where's the money coming from, and where's the money going? I understand that the land is being leased from various landowners, and it's only landowners that are listed as the applicants on this literature. Can somebody tell me if that's the applicants as contained in this in the commission's literature are the only applicants? Is that right? Does anybody know?
Defer to Director Waddle.
If we could, sir, if we can get all your questions, and then when you're done speaking, we can answer the questions.
Okay. And so please direct all your questions to the commission.
Okay. And a reason that I'm asking is that in most of these materials, it's shown as the applicants are agreeing to do this and the applicants are agreeing to do that. And I'm wondering if, for instance, Adam and Jessica Klausmeyer understand that they are personally apparently responsible for some of these tasks. My second question is, where's the money coming from, and where's the money going? I mean, I understand that the TED people, you guys are the project managers. My next question would be, are they going to be responsible for the duration, for the operation of this facility? And if so, what, if anything, is their liability? My next question is, what's the deal with this Japanese holding company? Apparently, they will be the ultimate lessors of this facility. I'm sorry, the ultimate lessees of this company. What is to bind them to this agreement if they get tired of the whole thing and decide to pull up stakes? And this leads to my second area. What happens when something goes south? And we all know that something always goes south. Who's paying for the damage when the deal is closed and everybody's good friends, and then we operate the facility, we open it on day 1, and on day 5 there's an F5 tornado and takes out the whole thing. Then we get to looking in the weeds. Who is responsible for putting up the money to take care of it? And what happens if they don't? What happens if Japan just gets tired of this deal and they walk away from it? What kind of enforcement provisions are there? What happens if, for whatever reason, it no longer becomes feasible financially to run this company? Are the TED people?
To interrupt you, your time has been allotted. Thank you for your questions, your concerns, and staff will work on that and see what the answers can be.
If you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I can try and answer. I can answer those now, or we can wait until after public comment. Either way.
Okay. Briefly, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So in terms of who are the applicants in this case are the property owner. They have an agreement with TED Renewables to act as their agent, and then they have agreements between themselves. But for our purposes today, the applicants are the property owners, and they have signed off that TED Renewables can represent their interests. Then in terms of where the money's coming from, this process is about the zoning. This is really about the land use, the financial matters. That is something that is separate from this process. This is about whether or not this is an appropriate use of the land. So we do not have the information on the financials in terms of how this is all put together or structured. In terms of the liability and what's going to happen if this goes south. Through the process, you'll see information about the insurance requirements. You'll see information on the decommissioning. And then also, we also have the enforcement of the zoning code, similar to how we would have it for any other land use in the county. So all three of those are instruments that can be used if things, a disaster happens, panels get broken, the company goes broke. These are all things that have been set up on purpose in order to address situations like that.
Thank you, Director. Next speaker, please. Please state your name, address, phone number. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Chris Rubidoux and I live at 14111 West Prairie Grass Circle, Clearwater. I am speaking in opposition to the proposed TED Renewables Branch Line Industrial Solar Project on property zoned RR Rural Residential District. Also wanted to note that we've submitted protest petitions to the commission with over 1,200 signatures that we've gathered in just a few weeks. This land is zoned for agriculture and single-family residences for a reason. Families chose this area for its rural character, open space, farming heritage, and quality of life. Converting productive farmland and rural residential areas into a utility-scale solar facility would permanently change that character. The project would introduce industrial infrastructure into an area never intended for it, including fencing, substations, transmission equipment, maintenance roads, construction traffic, and long-term impacts on nearby homes, families, and farms. Regardless of setbacks or landscaping, this remains an industrial use project adjacent to residences and agricultural operations. In addition, the project would limit future growth for the community of Clearwater. A large utility-scale solar facility would restrict long-term planning opportunities. A considerable portion of the proposed project directly butts up to neighborhoods on multiple sides that are currently annexed into the Clearwater corporate city limits and are on Clearwater city water. These and numerous other homes are also within Clearwater's area of influence. Zoning exists to protect compatible land uses and provide predictability for residents and property owners. Approving a utility-scale solar project in an agricultural and rural residential zone with so many homes within close proximity undermines that purpose and sets a precedent for incompatible development. If industrial solar projects are to be developed, they should be placed in properly zoned industrial areas or locations where impacts on homes, families, agriculture, and future community growth are minimized. I respectfully ask the Commission to deny this application and protect the agricultural integrity, rural residential character, and future development opportunities of Clearwater and the surrounding area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please. Name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Chris Rinke. I live at 8410 South 135th Street West. I'm here today to express my concerns for the TED project and consider the negative impact that this project could bring to our surrounding residential community. I'm a construction manager for a company I've worked for 46 years doing industrial, commercial, and custom construction. So I understand what it's going to take to build this. Industrial zoning adjacent to our residential properties of 30 years. I've lived at that house for 32 years. I'm on an adjacent piece of property. And when I moved in there, it was all wheat fields. That's what I want to see from now on. However, and a neighbor 500 feet away. Potential property loss, 10% property loss probably the minute we decide to do this. That's substantial. That's bad for everybody involved. Increased water consumption. Now they've addressed that a little bit. However, there's still water consumption that's going to be required. And we have had issues with low aquifer and water table is low whenever we have droughts and everything. And some of these people have had to have a line run from Clearwater to maintain water flow to their home just so they can have water. Solar farms cause heat islands. Heat islands means that the area is going to be hotter, and that's going to take more electric for our air conditioning and heating bills. And it's also, some of us have water source heat pumps, myself included, which means we're going to drain the aquifer even more by running our air conditioners more. Sometimes potentially may not even have our air conditioning system may not be able to handle the heat load because it wasn't designed for that. Production of solar panels is not green. Solar panels have a large carbon footprint. Mining rare materials needed for solar panels causes negative environmental impact on everybody around them, and consumption of fossil fuels to produce. Water runoff from solar can cause erosion, property flooding, and from the compaction of the existing farm fields that now has vegetation and the ground is tilled, so it absorbs water better. And when you do that and you don't have any till on it, it's going to have compaction, and there's going to be more water runoff and potential flooding, which we experienced in a couple of storms where I had 2 inches away from flooding my home from the water north of me. Possible toxic runoff from the solar panels. They've got lead in them, and just because there's trace amounts of lead, there's 1,400 acres of lead components. So there's potential for that. And am I out?
Yes, sir. Sorry, your time's been allocated.
I'll leave it with you.
If you just leave it on the podium, that'd be fine. Next speaker, please state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name's Brad Bowman. I live at 13212 West 79th Street South. Our home and our surrounding quarter of land, which has been in our family for 120 plus years, are proposed to be surrounded by Ted's Renewable Branch Line Solar Project. I'm here asking you to deny this conditional use permit for this project. Specifically, I'd like to address the findings in number 3 of the MAPC staff report on page 20, the extent to which the removal of restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property owners. The staff recommendation does not take full account of the negative effect this will have on neighboring properties. If approved, this solar project will industrialize our rural community. People move to this area because of the open countrysides, the surroundings, and the somewhat rural way of life. I've attached 2 photos. I have this photo and another one here I'll leave with you. These are real photos of, and I bring them for a reason, because it's a view from the front of my house that will replace the solar panels. The renderings in Ted's application show the project from best possible light by using the lowest vantage points available, but in reality, it's going to be very different for us. This is not just my opinion either. A nationwide study by Virginia Tech completed in 2025 showed that the property values of residences and within 3 miles of industrial facilities declined from 5% and higher. The properties in close proximity could even be higher. Over 100 homeowners in this area could be negatively affected, and they will be. For many of us, our homes are our largest investment. A 5% drop in value or more for a family home can mean tens of thousands of dollars in lost equity and may completely negate any additional tax revenues generated by the solar project. This financial burden would fall entirely on the local residents while the profits go somewhere else. The second negative effect on neighboring property owners is the MAPC report does not account for the thermal effects of the heat island impacts from placing massive solar installations around homes. Research from, I've looked at all different universities. There's just an example. Research from the University of Maryland on a utility scale solar development documented temperature increases of 3 to 7 degrees. We all know it can be plenty hot during the Kansas summers. If approved, our summer south winds will carry that additional heat from across a quarter section of solar panels directly onto my home. I respectfully ask the MAPC to protect the homeowners, the families, and the real character of this community to deny this application.
Well, sir, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Please state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes. Hold on just 1 second. Okay. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to be here and on the Planning Commission. My name is Sharon Ward. I reside at 10625 South 100th Street West in Clearwater, which is a part of Sedgwick County. I'm speaking today against the application because of the criteria set forth in our Unified Zoning Code which I hope you guys take time to review. One of my big questions right now to the committee is, I've listened to how you're going to enclose this area. Your panels are going to be 10 feet high, but you got an 8-foot fence. So could you look at that? That certainly is not covering up anything. As a resident of Clearwater, it is disheartening that a beautiful small town can turn into a ghost town very quickly. I know I will be looking to be moving elsewhere if they turn around and propose, especially 2 solar farms within a mile's radius. My property value will tank, and I know I will be looking elsewhere. I do not want my wells contaminated. We already have problems as far as a drought, and with our aquifers being very low, so we cannot afford to lose any more water. The town will have no growth. We can't go anywhere. You've stifled us. The money being promised is just that. I'm asking this committee, I would like for you to check the other school systems that are in Kansas and see how much money they have received from any of these solar applications. Because I'll tell you right now, it's either going to be zero or it's going to be very minimal. So a promise of all these millions of dollars to a school system is unrealistic. If our school board is counting on that money from foreign investors, this is very sad. We are one of the highest taxed school systems around Kansas. Money is not the answer to everything. And when we look at the number of people involved that will be forced to look at glass panels versus housing, versus our housing or fields, the costs are not worth it. Please consider rejecting this project. The farmland, people, and small community is worth more than glass panels. The people that are for this project either do not live in the area, will not ever leave.
To interrupt you, your time has expired. Again, thank you so much for your comments. Much appreciated. Next speaker, please. Name, address, phone number. You have 3 minutes.
Karen Burlett. I'm from 55th South in Seneca, but I have friends in the Clearwater area as well as all over Sedgwick County. And if this doesn't come here, they're going to want to put it somewhere else. So let's get some rules and regulations that work well. The main one I don't care for is how close they are to the residential property. You've heard a lot of the visual impact, property value, land use, habitat, noise, the glare and reflection. You hope the trees cover it up, but not for at least 5 years with those little trees. Climate, heat. There's also concern with the EMF. What I want to talk about is fire. While severe fires do not happen very often, they can and they may, and they need many specific fire features to be in place for them to be at the safest operation possible. This starts at the properly building the unit. You want the right panel. Then proper installation. Wires crossing cause fires. Frequent examination and maintenance. They have to be checked a lot to make sure that they're working right. And the proper training and a quick response of the firefighters. There's special things that have to be done by fire departments in the way they get these fires out. And I've got a couple papers I'm going to leave with you. One of them's quite detailed on what needs to be done. And that has to be paramount or these will catch fire. If everything is done, they probably won't, hopefully won't. But one thing that concerns me is cleaning those things every 3 years. On a dirt road around here, they'll be dirty way before 3 years. And too much dust accumulated on one piece of a panel can cause that panel to ignite under the dust. They have to keep clean. 3 years will not be enough. We've got dirt roads. The smoke in the fires that we get around here, the plowing of the fields stirs up the dirt. It's all going to go on those panels. They've got to be kept clean, and they don't get energy out of them if they're not. When the other group was here, they talked about having fire hydrants or fire extinguishers placed around the facilities. I don't know who's supposed to use those. If the resident's supposed to run over there and grab one and get in there somehow and put the fire out, that doesn't make any sense to me. If it's on your roof, yeah, but not out here. So who is going to see the fire? They're closed in by trees. And then how soon can the fire department get there to take care of them? They should not be anywhere near residential property in case a fire gets out of hand. And they have to be handled as an electrical fire as well as a ground fire, because if you throw water on them and the electric is still going through them, they maintain electricity for a while.
Excuse me, your time has been ran out. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please. Name, address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Brad Oliver, and my home is at 8601 South 129th Street West in Clearwater. I'm here today to speak against the TED Renewable Energy Branch Line Solar Project. Under the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan, this commission is required to evaluate whether this proposal is consistent with the long-term land use policy. That includes protecting the rural character, ensuring land use compatibility, and considering the impacts on cultural and historical resources. This raises a key question: is a large-scale industrial solar facility compatible with the long-term vision of this rural agricultural area? This project is a fundamental change in land use, not an incremental one. This portion of Sedgwick County lies within the broader historical region associated with the Chisholm Trail corridor. The significance of that corridor is not limited to markers or plaques. It is defined by the open, continuous rural landscape and agricultural land patterns that reflect historical use, as well as the visual and spatial character of the land itself. A project of this scale introduces industrial infrastructure across a large footprint, visual disruption across long distances, and creates a fragmented, historical, meaningful landscape. Sedgwick County planning and Kansas law both require consideration of impacts to the historic and cultural resource. For this specific reason, I respectfully ask, has a cultural resource survey been completed for the branch line project area? Has the Kansas State Historical Preservation Office been consulted? Has any analysis been conducted on whether this site overlaps with documented or probable alignment with the Chisholm Trail? This project is not considered in isolation. Sedgwick County is currently reviewing multiple large-scale solar applications in the same general region. Rural character is permanently altered, agriculture continuity is broken, and the remaining historic landscape context, including the Chisholm Trail, is effectively erased. The comprehensive plan requires you to consider the long-term cumulative impacts, not just the individual project. Based on county policy and required findings, I respectfully request the Commission require formal cultural resource and historical landscape evaluation, including potential Chisholm Trail impacts, verify consultation with the SHPO or require that it be completed before approval, evaluate cumulative impacts across the pending solar project in the region, make an explicit finding on comprehensive plan consistency, including rural character and cultural preservation, consider denial, reduction, or an alternate site if compatibility is not clearly demonstrated. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sure, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Please state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes from now.
My wife and I just recently, back in October, purchased Lot 6, Block 2 in the Prairie Meadows subdivision. We're currently being annexed into the city of Clearwater, which our address should be 8035 South Butterfly Circle, I believe. I am opposed to this. My wife is too. We, back in October, found an opportunity to buy a piece of land that was our dream to build our beautiful home. construction just started 2 weeks ago. Currently, with possible the value of our home going down, I'm kind of wondering if we should continue to build or not. If you're asking me, you know, my honest opinion, um, we're deeply concerned about the property value. As far as Clearwater goes, Clearwater is a great small town. It's one of the biggest reasons we're moving there, to get out of the big city of Wichita. And I'm not necessarily sure that the tax benefits are enough. And I'm not sure the city of Clearwater really needs that money, in my honest opinion. Um, I've recently been trying to educate myself on this project, and today I did find a couple issues. Page 6, it states something of the panels being a maximum of 15 feet above ground level. But however, on page 10, it contradicts itself and states that it should be 10 feet, no more than 10 feet. So I would like further explanation. I think this study should be more in depth, but you know, all in all, renewable energy can be a great thing, but right where people live at, no. Let's move this to a more desolate area, and you know, and then start a project there. And I also would like more explanation on the alternate array area, which is located directly next to my property, which is within, we are right on the hedgerow line. So, you know, I would like to know what those two areas along 79th Street, the one page states they're the alternate array area, and I would like definition on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker. Beginning a name, address.
The short one, Lori Lawrence, 321 North Lorraine, ISIM in Wichita. It's actually time for solar to start in this country, in this state, in this county. We put regulations, the county commission put regulations, you all tried to put regulations toward this already that are quite strict. If branch line project meets all the requirements and regulations, you shouldn't deny this. The same is true for the Galena project. Now, I understand that only one project can ultimately be approved by the county commission, but that would be their decision to make. And I would really ask that you approve them if they meet the requirements and let them go to the county commission for final decision. We need solar. We need renewables, as several people have said. This is an opportunity for Sedgwick County to generate our own clean energy, and we need to take advantage of it. Landowners have the right to do what they wish with their personal property. Neighbor views can be assured if these neighbors purchase that said property. If you don't own it, you can't control what goes on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, name, address, 3 minutes, please.
Good morning. My name is George Palmer. I reside at 7101 South 103rd Street West, Clearwater, Kansas. I'm speaking against this application. The zoning code has standards that must be considered for zoning cases. Contrary to the staff report, this application does not comply with UCZ and does not specify how it does meet the criteria laid out in the code. The relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare as compared to the loss in value or hardship imposed upon the applicant. The applicant property owners will not suffer is denied. These payments, the property will be able to be used for agriculture. If the land is developed as residential subdivisions, they will receive very large payments.
Excuse me, sir. Can you pick the mic up just a little bit? Thank you.
Better? Find out. The solar company will not suffer any loss. There are more suitable areas for this type of development. This project will greatly inhibit Clearwater's ability to grow. The application states that there is a benefit to the county in both economic and gain of additional electricity. Both of these claims are incorrect. The county will suffer economic losses, especially during the first 10 years. The fact that the majority of the new property in the application is tax exempt puts an enormous burden on public health, safety, and welfare. The additional burden on law enforcement and fire district alone should be enough to deny this application. This project has a bad rate of return for the taxpayer and the ratepayer. I believe the decommission amount is totally underfunded. The claim that this provides needed additional energy is also false. There is no shortage of electricity in the region. It is likely that this project will send the majority of power to other regions. This does not provide any benefit to the public welfare of Sedgwick County. Experts have different opinions on whether there are leaching concerns from damaged panels. However, there is no difference in opinion on whether the glass panels can survive large hailstorms or tornadoes that are prevalent in Kansas. They can't survive these weather events. Once these panels are damaged by these types of storms, they can have adverse effects on the surface. Since nearly every hailstorm or tornado is accompanied by rain, there is no doubt that this can have an impact on the public health if there is runoff or leaching. While some panels are safer than others, they all contain various amounts of heavy metals that are hazardous to health. There are no positives for Sedgwick County, many negative impacts, public health, safety, and welfare. And in closing, industrial solar is not clean, it's not cheaper, it's not reliable, does not balance the grid. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No soldier. Thank you. Next speaker, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Jennifer Connolly, and I live at 3353 North 159th Street East. And I just want to come and talk about the $1.5 billion. I don't know if any of you were at the KCC meeting for the 2 gas plants that were approved. These gas plants were supposed to be helping provide energy for the grid. But if you look at Evergy's report, they were very to know about data centers that were going in. You just have to look at the report. I didn't find information from our people in Topeka, but I sure could find that from them. So our energy goes from everywhere. Right now we're at 14 states. I believe we are going to currently go up to 17 states a region. I think that's way too large. I think we should have more centralized energy. We have grid operators that take that energy and it moves back and forth all the time. If we need it, they give it to us. If we don't need it, we just use our local energy. The closer we are to the source, the more we're apt to have that local energy right here in Kansas. The $1.5 billion project we have to pay for that the second it breaks ground because the law is set up that way now. So with the solar projects, if I understand, and I'm not siding with either, I touched it. It went out, didn't it? I'm not siding with either project in that regard, but it will be closer to home. We won't have to go further away to get our energy when it is needed. A grid operator makes sure that that energy is carried where we need it. Say it's wind, say it's solar, whatever it might be. They make sure that there's no overload onto that grid. And I think that's a big misunderstanding for people. Once you have to go through those transmission lines, that's going to cost you more money. If you look on your bills, that's what it'll show you. So if we can get our energy closer to home, and the other thing is gas plants use an enormous amount of energy and water. So you can look at that and see. Another thing with solar is it's consistent when the price comes. Have you looked at your the gas tanks lately? Do you think that propane, do you think that natural gas is going to stay the same? It is not. So if you're talking about good energy for a good price, it will be solar. Thanks.
And thank you for your comments. Next speaker, name, address, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Denise Lewis, and I live at 14800 West Morning Dove. That is at 71st and 51st, that northeast corner with all the yellow, that's where I live. So I'm now a mile away in 2 directions, roughly, from the proposed solar panels. 71st and 135th has a disproportionately high number of accidents. I don't know if you all are aware of that. There was a really, really serious one. There have been several serious ones. There was a really terrible one back in 2019 involving a Clearwater family where 3 members almost died of one family. I'm highly concerned. The property at the northeast corner of that intersection actually took trees out at that time to provide better line of sight to help reduce accidents. So I'm rather concerned about the idea of putting trees there, although I understand it would be nice not to have to look at those things. The solar panels, I'm concerned about the line of sight and increased accidents. I'm also rather concerned about the possibility of increased accidents from your commercial traffic and your construction over the course of 2 years. You've got, look around you, all of that is fields. You've got all of this harvest traffic. You've got kids trying to get to high school. You've got people trying to get their kids in and out of town. 135th is the only paved road from Clearwater to K42. 71st is the only paved road going west to east from K42 down to 95th Street. All the rest of those roads are dirt. And you're telling me that those solar panels are not going to get dirty except once every 3 years? Give me a break. Do you know how often I have to dust my house? Come on. And it's inside. Anyway, 1,500 acres. How big is 1,500 acres? I couldn't wrap my head around that, and I live on 2. 1,500 acres is approximately 14 square miles. That's approximately the size of Hayesville and Derby combined. That's approximately from 45th to Kellogg, 45th North down to Kellogg, and from Mays to Ridge Road. That's how big 1,500 acres is. That is the size of one of these projects. We currently have 2 up for approval. Every acre produces about 50 bushel of wheat. Every bushel of wheat produces about 42 loaves of bread. That's 7,500 bushels and 3 million loaves of bread that you are taking out of this food supply distribution chain every single harvest season for the next 30 to 50 years. Now, I understand that not every field produces wheat. I understand not every field produces every season. So let's cut that in half. With 2 of these, you're still at 3 million loaves of bread that you're taking out every single season, even if you cut it in half. And that's only 2. How many more of these are before you right now? The entirety of Sedgwick County is going to be eaten up by complexes before we know it. If we just keep approving them. I am begging you not to do this. You can't undo it once it's done.
Ma'am, thank you for your comments. How do you make those things? There you go. Well, jeez. Sorry about that. Name, address, and you have 3 minutes from now.
Good morning, members of the board and community representatives. My name is Serena Rubidoux, and I live less than 1,000 feet from the proposed industrial solar project within the annexed portions of the city of Clearwater at 14111 West Prairie Grass Circle in Clearwater, Kansas. I stand here in strong opposition because this project would impact farmland, agricultural land, wildlife habitats, residential home values, communities, animals, vegetation, health of these families, and so much more. And a lot of these things have been addressed, so I'm just going to skip through them very quickly for you. I also am concerned about the roadways in and out of Clearwater, 71st and 135th. I live right in that pink area between the 2 red zones there. And there are constant sirens running from that intersection. It's a terrible intersection, and people that don't live in the area aren't aware of the stop signs. And so it's terrible, as well as where they have their proposed access driveways that will also create congestion on 135th and 71st Street as well. Also have high concerns for the electromagnetic fields, the noise, and what it does to pregnant women, cattle, elderly people on the spectrum, and chemical hazards, the fire risk, the noise and pollution, the fencing, the service roads, the glare, the power converters and transformers, dramatically change the look of the piece of the rural neighborhood. It was once a quiet countryside becomes an industrial zone.
property value decline. Numerous studies show that the property values drop near large-scale energy sites because of diminished aesthetics, perceived health concerns, and restricted future land use. I did notice on their water safety plan, they have it testing prior to the project, 1 year in 5 years. What about the remaining years? A lot can happen in a 4-year period with the water, as well as the landscaping. Who's going to be watering these trees during the drought that we have in this county, and we cannot sustain any additional water usage. Renewable energy must be responsibly located. Placing this project within 1,000 feet of families violate the basic principle of reasonable separation. We deserve renewable energy plans that strengthen, not sacrifice our neighborhoods. Industrial solar panels belong on commercial rooftops, brownfields, or previously disturbed lands, not within sight and sound of people's bedrooms. If this project moves forward here, it sets a precedent. No home is too close for industrial expansion. Closing, I urge this board to reject the proposal as currently cited and require the developer to find a location that protects residents' health, safety, and property rights. We can support clean energy without turning our rural community into an industrial park. I also encourage you to stop all of this in Sedgwick County. What is minimal disruption for some is huge for others. And I do understand you can do what you want with your property. And when this only has a handful of people that are for this, there's over 150 that are not, that are in this room in that 1,000 feet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Again, name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Stan Evans, and my wife and I live at 8661 South 129th Street West in Clearwater. We were one of the first ones annexed up in that area with the water line, so we have lived there 31 years now. We strongly oppose the wind system being planned, and it was kind of interesting on the pictures they showed that they showed no houses that were already there. They're the established communities that were in those adjoining areas. So, and I literally live within a stone's throw of those property lines. There are many reasons I oppose this, but the loss of the valuable agricultural land is my most important. I was a farm boy growing up down in Sumner County. Once this project goes in, I can't see the land ever being recaptured for farming. In the 20, 30 years when this is done, when the project becomes obsolete, the cost to remediate this land will be so expensive, no one will want to restore it. And will that fall back on the taxpayers? You've heard many, many reasons from a lot of residents from this part of the county and surrounding areas in the county in opposition. I feel it's much more than not in my backyard. There's still the concern of pollution, the land and the groundwater, the inherent damage to the ecosystem in Sedgwick County, and the reduction of property tax. Remember back when the Vulcan plant, the contamination that arose from that. I don't think they probably thought of that when that was approved. I urge the commission to reject the solar and wind projects in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker, name, address, and you have 3 minutes from now.
Hi, my name is Neil Dillon. I live on 14311 Prairie Grass. I live on a 5-acre residential property that sits directly on the proposed site, which the site is obviously it's a utility industrial development, and yet is being placed immediately adjacent to residential properties with little or no meaningful transition or buffer. At 150 feet, this will fundamentally change on how we live. It replaces a rural land with an industrial landscape, fences, infrastructure, and interrupted fields of panels. And this is not a distance view on the horizon. This is in our permanent fixture of our backyards. It also has, it's also going to have noise complaints with the inverters and the transformers that support the equipment. A lot of this stuff has already been said prior, so. Like to say that a lot of people that's going to affect their homes is this is a big portion of their financial retirement. Eventually they'll want to sell their houses and they want to downgrade, and they're going to lose value in their property. People will not want to buy the houses that's going to be right by a solar farm. They're going to have a hard time selling them if they can sell them at all. for the bufferings that you guys were planning on putting in for like trees. I have a tree line that goes right across the proposed area, and in the fall time, all the leaves fall off the tree, and I can see a complete mile across. So I'm going to see everything that's going to be planted right beside my house. I'm not going to. My understanding, you guys aren't going to put a fence there because there's already pre-existing trees. So in the fall time, all the tree leaves are going to fall off, and it's going to be seen to everybody. And it really comes down to who's really going to pay the price on this, because everybody else's property around this is going to devalue why a handful of people are going to make money out of the deal. I'll leave you the real speech here, but I think a lot of it's already been said. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Sir, if you hang on just 1 second. We're getting pretty close to lunch time, so what I wanted to do is get feedback from the commissioners. Do you want to go ahead and just continue working through, or what do you want to do? Keep going. Okay, you want to keep going? Okay, we will keep going. Sir, name, address, if you will, and you have 3 minutes from now.
Good morning. My name is Dale Zogelman. I reside at 18900 West 87th Street South, approximately 2 miles from this property. First of all, I'd like to take issue with your staff analysis. Your pictures that you showed on the screen are very vague. My brother lives exactly right across the street, right across the fence row from this proposed location of these solar panels, and there was not one house shown in this, as well as the other people that were on the podium earlier. There are several reasons why I'm against this program. How many of you folks would like to get in my airplane and only fly if it only worked part-time? That's what solar panels do, number one. Number two, you know, there are several creeks and trees that are not depicted on your map here. When one solar panel breaks, it may not be very polluting, but you take 1,400 acres of them and pollute them, and the streams and creeks and ponds that are located on this property, that's going to be a problem. And eventually it's going to end up in the Nenaskal River. And then what are we going to do? We're going to be just like what Vulcan used to be. And Vulcan's still cleaning up their mess. You know, when these breaks, and I've got a website in Wheatland, Indiana on March 10th, 2026, the solar farm with several thousand acres was damaged by a severe tornado in Jasper County, and they had to clean it up, and they're still cleaning it up, and it polluted the whole entire area. Rural Sedgwick County is zoned agricultural, not residential. It's simply too populated to allow this kind of a project. The landscape, a farm like this will change the landscape of exactly why people choose to move and live in rural Sedgwick County. Virginia Tech sheds light on solar farms and effects of property value. And I know you've all heard this, but you need to listen to this. They took 8.8 million people, which is not a small study, and they looked over their real estate transactions and determined that solar farms negatively impact residential property values. I personally, and you can look that up in the Vermont Education Articles 2025-06 Solar Property Value through Hotmail. I personally think that as an entire county, we are simply too populated to allow for industrial solar farms like this to be built in Sedgwick County. We elected our county commissioners to represent all the residents of the county, not just big business from out of state or out of the country. Regardless what MAPC finds, it's time for the county commissioners to represent the rural constituents and say no to industrial solar, battery storage, and data centers. I hope you represent me and the rest of the people here, and not just a few. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked you before, please no applauding. Thank you. Name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Lindsay Hamilton. I live at 11409 West Lotus Street in Wichita, right there on that southwest corner. I'm a program director at the Climate and Energy Project, a nearly 20-year-old nonprofit working across the state of Kansas to advocate for clean energy, siting and policy, climate resilience, and civic participation. I'm a lifelong Kansas and a resident of South Sedgwick County. I'm here to speak on behalf of our org in support of solar energy siting in Sedgwick County. Solar is safe, pollution-free, and reliable energy, and it's temporary. At the end of the project life, the land can be fully returned to agricultural use. Renewable energy generation like solar is the future for our community and helps to protect the long-term health of our community. I would like to thank our county commission and the MAPC for their recognition that there is a place for solar in Sedgwick County. And I truly appreciate the time and thoughtfulness that our commission has already taken to create zoning regulations for these solar projects. We have heard today and a few weeks ago a lot of misinformation about solar energy and solar development. This type of fear and misinformation spread is common when we talk about development. Even when we talk about basic types of development like housing, this is not a solar specific problem. This is why we have things like the MAPC and our county commissions. We ask appointed and elected officials to consider the reality of projects and how they benefit our community and residents based on verifiable and truthful information. We also ask those officials to consider the conflicting needs of different community members. We have things like sites that, views that people are worried about. We have things like safety of the water, which we all share, but we also have property rights to consider. So you're asked to deal with a lot. And it's why bodies like yours create comprehensive regulations so that when you have a room full of people with conflicting needs and conflicting opinions, you have a fallback way to determine what's good and right for our community. This commission spent a lot of time learning both the upsides and downsides of development of solar energy farms. And I encourage you to stick with the comprehensive regulations that you put into place to consider this project's merits based on the verifiable facts and its ability to meet the guidelines as set out by the commission. If the project meets the county's guidelines, as the staff's recommendations suggest that it does, I would encourage you to permit this permit and allow it to go forward to the county commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Gruenbacher. My husband and I have a farm at 5901 North 199th Street West, which is Colwich. I want to tell you thank you for your time. I realize most of you are volunteers and this is a huge undertaking, so I appreciate it. Sedgwick County is currently experiencing growing pains, and you all are experiencing that yourself. The Wall Street Journal recently touted us as the residential mecca for the middle class. Our surrounding communities are growing, and where that growth is happening isn't in Wichita. It's these small communities on the outskirts. Based on the area of influence map and the information shared today, while Clearwater currently only has island annexation in that area, with the investment they made in water infrastructure, the most reasonable expectation is for the city to continue to grow in that area. This industrial facility would have a substantial negative impact on that future growth. In Sedgwick County, we have better options that provide more substantial benefits to our residents. Kansas zoning statute also gives the county broad power to protect aesthetic values. Under KSA 12-741, Kansas counties are given the power to enact zoning regulations to protect public welfare, which is defined by the Kansas Supreme Court to include a broad spectrum of values, including aesthetics. I understand that property values are the root of what we have to, or property values. Property rights are absolutely at the root of this conversation. However, as my mother-in-law loves to phrase it, your right to swing ends at my nose. When other properties and their choices are going to affect other nearby properties, there has to be a more serious consideration. I would encourage the MAPC to continue to communicate with residents, city officials, and state officials regarding the future outlook for our county. We need you and the Sedgwick County Commission to advocate for the repeal of the tax breaks and incentives for industries that are not directly benefiting our residents. Kansas cannot continue to carry the burden of energy production for other states. While I understand that state legislation is not under your control, advocacy for us certainly is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Much appreciated. Next speaker.
My name is Tammy Powers, and I live at 7750 South 119th Street West. My house is directly adjacent, less than 1,000 feet from the proposed solar site, and I am in opposition to it. Of all the pictures that they presented in the packet, none of them depict the view from my yard. I submitted that via email to the commission and also to the Sedgwick County Commissioners, just so they would be aware of the pictures from my view. The other thing I want to ask about is repeatedly in the application, they speak to Sedgwick County Fire District 1 being in agreement with them, but Clearwater services my house if I have an emergency. And Sedgwick County Fire District 1 would be the backup. However, Sedgwick County Fire District 1 has now dissolved that agreement. So it would only be Clearwater Fire Department if there were an emergency or a fire at one of these sites. So my question is, they repeatedly referenced Sedgwick County Fire District 1, but that agreement is now dissolved. It'll be dissolved in 60 days. So what's the plan then? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Christy Ellis and my address is 12233 West 35th Street South in Wichita. I'm here today to respectfully urge you to deny the conditional use permit. While it promises economic benefits, I believe it will deliver minimal lasting value to Sedgwick County while shifting real costs onto taxpayers. As others have mentioned, TED Renewables is a subsidiary of Japan's Itochu Corporation. This is not a locally rooted Kansas energy project. It is an export-oriented development driven by foreign investors seeking returns for distant buyers. I'm particularly concerned about the project's economic impact study. This was commissioned by the applicant and relies heavily on data and assumptions provided by the company itself. The projections depend on multiplier effects and taxes paid by temporary construction workers who have no guarantee of living in Sedgwick County or even in Kansas. The majority of the projected long-term county revenue comes not from local economic activity, but from landowner lease payments. After construction, the facility itself is expected to employ only 3 workers a year. In addition, the report acknowledges that most solar panels and major electrical equipment will be sourced from outside Kansas. So a large share of the project spending will leave our local economy immediately. The decommissioning plan also leaves important questions unanswered. It permits significant underground infrastructure to remain buried, and key elements of the cleanup analysis were not independently verified. Residents should not have to rely on promises that proper restoration will occur 30 years from now. Stronger financial assurances and independent oversight are needed today. If the priority is maximizing long-term revenue and economic benefit for Sedgwick County, residential development is clearly the superior use for this land. HUD's CHMA data indicates strong regional demand for over 5,100 new homes in the next 3 years. A well-planned housing development on this site would generate higher cumulative tax revenue, sustain local economic activity, and population-driven growth without a 10-year tax exemption. Housing expands the tax base and solar is leasing it out. Rather than extending more taxpayer-supported incentives to foreign-controlled projects with limited local employment, we should be prioritizing developments that create substantial ongoing jobs and meaningful community investment for Sedgwick County residents. We appreciate your time and your service to our community.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Again, name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dwayne Zogelman. I grew up from the site 2 miles away, and I live in Wichita, Kansas at 1721 North Emerald Court, Wichita. I'd like to read 2 paragraphs. From this industrial solar facility sitting at Community Protection Art, drafted on May 26th. Section 5, prohibited locations. 2, classified by the NRCS as prime farmland exceptions, that 10% of a project footprint may include such as land, whereas applicant demonstrates no reasonable location exists. Section 15, property value damage and real estate practices. They run with the land and should be recorded at the Sedgwick County Register of Deeds. The existence of industrial solar facility or BESS within 2 miles shall be a mandatory disclosure on the real estate transaction for the opportunity of life at the facility for 5 years post decommissioning. In my opinion, everyone wants electricity and trash removal for facilities. Previous county officials had to make a decision and voted in Sedgwick County, not the populated place, to place a landfill. So it went to a less populated place. I'm against the project in its populated areas.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker. Again, name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Brian House. I live at 14300 West 79th Street South. Actually it's a 40-acre native pasture ground. When I say native, the buffalo wallows are still there. It's never been tilled up. It's just like it was when the Indians walked across it. And the quarter west of me has been on fire a couple different times. No fault of the farmer, whether it started in the ditch or whatever. I'm more concerned about fire, not necessarily from the solar company, but at 2 o'clock in the morning on the dirt road, wicks into that underneath there. You say you're going to have undergrowth. You're not going to spray it.
Please address your comments to the commission.
There under the solar panels. Will there be access for the fire trucks to get in there before it burns in on my property? I mean, that's the concern, because we always have a wind. It's always out at the south most of the time, north winter. But if it gets underneath those solar panels, how do we put them out? How do we get the fire trucks in there? Is there going to be access for the fire trucks? Proper training? And the last time it caught on fire, once it gets in the hedgerow, it reignites the next day because it gets in a hollow hedge, sparks blow out in that night. Next thing you know, you got it relit. You can go back into the fire records. We had Clearwater there, we had Goddard there, we had Andale there, and we had Hayesville there fighting the fire in that area with 20+ mile-an-hour winds. Luckily, nobody was hurt. A little bit of property was burnt, but I'm setting in the middle of the winter. I'm setting in a tinderbox. I do hay it. I keep it short. I keep it mowed around the property for fire concerns. I just want to make sure that there's a plan of how we're going to mitigate the material under those solar panels to keep them from catching on fire, and then how do we get them out? And then the second concern I have from another farmer, can I top dress my wheat? Can I do aerial spraying? Can I come in with a Cessna AgCat and then they spray? They come out of Wellington, they come up and they spray our wheat every spring. I've heard comments and that aerial spraying was not allowed anywhere near or around these solar panels because of the chemicals. I don't know if that's factual or not, but I have been told that. I'd ask the board to look into it to see if we can still spray our wheat with these solar panels in the area. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Sure. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lynn Wilkin. I live at 3902 West 79th Street South, Hayesville. Excuse me. I'm speaking on behalf of Amber Biebermeyer. She was unable to get daycare today. Her and her husband have 5 acres in that pink area right there that's sandwiched in between the solar. They bought the 5 acres last September. I'm doing a short version because I don't like to speak. I got roped into this. So anyhow, basically they bought 5 acres last September. They heard of the solar panels. They were going to start building next spring. They thought they found their forever place and a place to raise their children. And now they're thinking they're going to have to sell it and start all over. So that's all I got to say for her. You can read the rest of her story. I left it there. Thanks.
Ma'am, thank you for your short version. Much appreciated. Before the next speaker, is there anybody else that would like to speak on this? If so, if you please form a line, we can get an idea on how many more people want to speak.
My name is Dr. Greg Seiler. I live at 3920 South, 215th Street West, 3 miles south of Goddard. And then also I have some property, or we have some property within a mile of each one of these projects that we planned on developing. And so I talked to 3 real estate agents, an appraiser, and then also a developer. And in all cases, they assured me that my value would go down. You've heard that today already. Anyway, but then the appraiser and the developer said you would probably have to plan on building something less than the housing that we had thought about building there. Okay, so I have that. And then I also wanted to say Wichita is the 2nd largest city in our state. Therefore, it's surrounded by Sedgwick County and a lot of development. And I'm a veterinarian. I travel to probably 90% of all these residences out here in the unincorporated area of Sedgwick County. And the thing that's amazing to me is that the number of housing developments, there may be 3 houses, there may be 15 houses popping up all over. If you drew a line from Valley Center to Mays, Colwich, Andale, maybe even Mount Hope, go on to Garden Plain, Cheney, and then around to Clearwater and Hayesville. That whole area is a heavily, densely populated rural farming area. But when I go on calls just on the other side of all those cities, that density goes away. It becomes a sparsely populated. So I'm not really against solar, but I think there's an appropriate place for it. And unfortunately, with all the development we have here in Sedgwick County, it's not the appropriate place for it. And if I have a little bit of time in reference to the farmer that was here last week, I was talking to one of the neighbors at the solar farm down in Medicine Lodge that caught a fire, grass fire, and the fire department showed up, she said, and they couldn't get in to the facility, and maybe rightly so. There's electricity everywhere inside them, I understand. So the fire department got on the outside of the perimeter just to contain the fire within the facility. The people that had the key to the gate to get into the facility showed up a day and a half later. Why, I don't know. But they were also fortunate in that it was surrounded by green wheat fields. If that, on the other hand, the wind had blown hard that day and that wasn't surrounded by green wheat fields, that fire had probably taken off and gone a long way. That's all I've got to say. Thanks for what you do.
So where's your city in Kansas?
Wichita. I'm sorry, I thought Kansas City was.
No.
I stand,
No, it's Wichita.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Mr. Wichita knows that.
I would to do it politely. It wasn't.
Listen, appreciate your name, address.
And I live at 11603 Springwater Drive. I am the lot right there on the northeast corner. So this property is going to be in my backyard. Now, I know the greenies want it, and I know these guys want it for their money. Everybody's here to make money. I'm not being pro or anti against it as far as people making money, but we know it's going to hurt our property values, real or perceived. Studies show it takes up to 9 to 10 years for your property value to come back. So this is going to be in my backyard. I get no benefit financially from this project, none whatsoever. Just the possibility of losing property value. I've been there 22 years. I'm retired. This is my retirement home. I ask you, if you lived there and you personally put yourselves personally in that spot, you are getting zero benefit from it. But these guys are, and the greenies are. Would you build it? You wouldn't build that in your backyard. They're getting 10 years tax exempt. Do I get 10 years tax exempt? I realize their 165,000 is not much, and that's not a big deal. I pay $5,000 a year in personal property taxes, so that's a real tiny drop. Can I get a tax exempt for 10 years with a possibility of extending it another 10? Probably not. I get zero benefit from this personally. So I'm asking you to put yourselves in my shoes and the other people in those communities all around there. I understand that we need solar energy or other forms of energy. We are a growing nation. We need more energy. But like the previous people said, do further studies. There are other areas that are a lot further away from the residential areas where you can zone. That would be more appropriate. I think, like the one lady said, this area right here, Clearwater, is growing. I've been there 22 years. I have seen huge growth. That would be better presented, you know, as residential or something like that. You would get more money. Do the math. It's going to be more than 165,000. But if you approve this project, please give me 10-year tax exempt from taxes.
Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, you've already spoken?
No.
Okay, that was the other couple of weeks ago. Okay,
Sister's back there.
that works for me.
I'm just
Yes.
My name is Mary Grogan and I reside at 5627 South Tyler Road, Clearwater. And I'm opposed against the TED project and the Mission Clean Energy project. They don't help any of us out there in this area. And I know I believe in property rights, but the farmers can do more with this property by selling it to another farmer who wants to farm, or just leave it farm ground. But I'm opposed to this. I've lived out here for 60 years. It is growing out to the south, and I think just a few will be enriched by the detriment of many. And that's all I've got to say. I'm not going to go through my speech.
That was the shortest one. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Please come up now. Again, sir, your name, address, you have 3 minutes from now.
My name is Ernest W. Satterthwaite. I live at 7265 Blue Stream Drive, right there. And I'm opposed to it for a number of reasons, all of which have been covered by the people here. Property values. My retirement home is right there. Built it 25 years ago. Had I known this was coming, I wouldn't be here today. Now, I know that there's people that are going to benefit from it. I agree it's not going to be the people that live in this area. Also know that it's required, it's needed in the country. But there are a lot of places, and even in Sedgwick County, that could field this project and not affect property values. I don't have a lot to say. I don't have a speech. Just know that this is not the benefit of the people that live in that area. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for your comments. Anyone else that would like to speak, please step forward that has not spoken yet.
Hi, my name is Vicki Winchell. I live at 11689 Brookway Drive, Clearwater, Kansas. It's the area off of 71st and 119th. There's two large residential areas right there. One item I wanted to address is you've talked about the pink area where there's Clearwater city water. This area here is all well water. So I see an impact to our water quality. That's a concern to our health. I see the pictures did not depict any of those houses along there. I invite any of you to drive down any of those roads. There's residential areas along all of them. Most of the roads are gravel. 3-year cleaning is not reasonable. My car's dirty the day after I wash it. So that will increase the water impact. Sedgwick County has a water problem already. I don't think we need to add this quantity to that problem. The question was asked about damage to the panels, and the answer was their end 30-year plan. What happens if the tornado hits it tomorrow? I think there needs to be clearer plans, and I don't think that 60 days later is adequate to protect our soil and our water. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Tom Stain. I live at 15011 West Birdseye, Clearwater, Dove Haven subdivision. So it's about a mile away on each side. I'm not going to repeat what everybody said, but I agree with them. I oppose this project. Property values, safety, uh, traffic at the intersection. I'm a traffic engineer. I do not understand why 135 and 71 has so many accidents because it's good sight distance, but it does. And you put solar farms there, it's just going to cause more. But I do have one question for you. From my experience, I'm a transplant from Missouri and dealt with a solar farm in Missouri. They usually have a 10-year lease agreement with like Evergy or whatever. After 10 years, who maintains this? In West Plains, Missouri, the city of West Plains had to take ownership of the solar farm after 10 years. Otherwise, it would just, nobody would maintain it. Is that the case here? What happens? I don't have the answer. I didn't do the research, but that's an issue if nobody's done the contract yet. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on this item? Now's the time to come up.
My name is Michael Daling. I live at 13601 West 79th Street, right on the corner of the proposed solar farm. I know there's been a lot of discussion today about the impact to the community, but I'm against this proposed action. The only reason the solar farm is really going up and throughout the country is the Inflation Reduction Act that was signed into law in 2021. It gives these companies minimum of 30% the funding they need to build these facilities, and up to 70% may be covered. So if they didn't have the Inflation Reduction Act, we wouldn't be here. So this is actually just going to increase the federal government's debt. So it's a net loss even, and plus we need the land for farming and residential growth. So, and also I learned today that the heat comes up from the solar panels. So that really would affect me detrimentally because I'm right across the street from it. So I would see a 3 to 7 degree increase on my property. I really don't want to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on this matter? This is the last call. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Please come forward now. Seeing none, thank you for your comments. Very much appreciated. We will go back to the agent or applicant for rebuttal. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, I just want to open the rebuttal period by thanking folks for showing up. I understand it's a busy day. It's a work day. There are things that need to get done. So I appreciate the public discourse and I appreciate the position that the commission is in. I'm not going to take all 2 minutes just out of respect for the commission's time and to leave time for Q&A. But again, I mentioned this during my presentation. We are willing and open to meet with anybody who has additional questions, needs additional information. Please come find us after the meeting. I'll give you my business card, my phone number, my email address. We are happy to engage in those conversations. I don't want to get into a debate or anything like that, but we're happy to engage in those conversations, and we're very, very willing to take any and all meetings that are offered to us. We can't force people to meet with us, but we're very interested in providing people with the right information so that they have and can make the correct decisions. And then, we've mentioned this kind of ad nauseum throughout the process, but the county does have a very strong ordinance in place for these reasons. The commission is not working to determine whether or not solar is or is not the right place. Sedgwick County is right or not for solar. The commission is put in the position to determine whether we as the applicant meet the standards, the rigorous standards that the county has put in place throughout their public process. So with that, I'll defer the rest of my time and leave it open for Q&A from the commission.
Is there any additional questions? Commissioner Austin? Excuse me.
Thank you. And there was a reference earlier that a concern about the Chisholm Trail. Does any of your parcels cross over, or the Chisholm Trail crossover to your knowledge?
None to our knowledge, and that is based on a third-party survey that was completed by a group called Stantec. Their cultural and archaeological experts reviewed all areas of our site and determined that we do not meet the threshold for additional SHPO engagement because there is no concern from their perspective. However, what we have done is also included what we call an unanticipated discovery plan into our project process. What that means is even in the unlikely event of determining or discovering some kind of artifact on site, construction stops and there is a policy and procedure in place to evaluate whatever needs to be evaluated about those remains, artifacts, any of that information. But yes, we have surveyed this area from a cultural perspective and determined that no action is needed.
Commissioner Austin? We've heard a lot of testimony about sound effects of the inverters. Could you give us a little clarification? I've got several questions. The number of inverters is there an so, or if you can estimate the number of inverters?
We pull up the conceptual plan again. Is that possible? And I'm going to call up my vice president of EPC again, who is well equipped to speak on these matters. The project, and I'll kind of tee this up for him. The project is intentionally designed and sited so that inverters are on the interior of the project. They do make some noise, so it's very similar to an air conditioning outside your house. There are fans in there that cool them so they don't overheat. But again, they are designed interior to the project so that that noise from those inverter fans does not leave the facility. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the OTA for additional information.
Thank you. I can't read that from here.
So if you'd repeat your name, please.
Renewables. I can't read the site plan from here, but it's probably around 40-ish inverters on the project. Usually the inverters we designed right now are about 4.4 megawatts. So our 30 megawatt project, it's turns out to be between 30 and 40. As you mentioned, we designed projects so that they're centrally located. The noise that is submitted by them does dissipate pretty quickly. There have been noise studies, done on other projects that once you're a couple hundred feet away, if that, it's not, service.
Noise studies on some other projects, and you mentioned earlier about like 7 projects that you guys are currently trying to get permitted. Has there been some consideration about some consideration for either sound dampening when in close proximity to residential to do like a baseline, background sound and then separation from your inverter so there can be, especially for the people that are in the residential area that's kind of sandwiched. Obviously, they could be conceivably in close proximity to those inverters and sensitive to those sounds. Has there been some other jurisdictions where they've required either a study for background when in close proximity to residential and maybe the imposition of limits or maybe doing a study within a year or something to measure the effects to make sure that we're achieving those sound thresholds?
Locations in different counties or states that do require no study be performed. I don't believe it's part of the Sedgwick County ordinance. The one that comes to mind is the state of Wisconsin has a very thorough statewide permitting process. We've done work there. They require noise emitted by inverters, the way that you measure at a receptive, like a household or residential parcel, to be, I think it sounds like 45 dBA. Usually when you're again about a couple hundred feet, if that away from the inverter, you're satisfied that you don't need any noise dampening. There's no special walls or considerations other than just distance. And with the ordinance requiring project infrastructure to be, I believe it's 250 feet away from any residence, that should address concern.
Or if there was an issue that be possibly identified, there are measures, dampening measures, construction methods, or that could dampen those inverter sounds if necessary.
Not directly aware of that, whether that's an option inverter we selected.
My name is Ben Metcalf. I'm the Vice President of Development at Ted Renewables. So we have the one battery project that we did was a solar plus battery. There was very much in that battery project a requirement to put sound dampening on that. In no project that we have been involved in or that I've seen, has there ever been the need for sound dampening to achieve the levels that are left in the ambient noise in the background. And if you look on the site plan here, you'll see those black lines going through and then those red dots. Those red dots are the locations of where the inverters will be located. So they're centrally located not only for sound, but also with how you do the layout and the design. You want to minimize the length of roads because roads are aggregate and are expensive and take more time to recover, right? You know, gravel down. And so the layout of design naturally lends itself for the inverters to be, you know, hundreds of feet away from the fence line, and then with the additional setback from the fence line as required in the ordinance, you are well below the ambient level of noise that would be created by those inverters.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner High.
Hi. I've listed just a ton of community response, and I'm going to get to one of the couple more important ones. Vegetation growth and fire risk. Can you talk about that?
Sure, and I'm going to call Gautier up again on the fire risk. The vegetation piece, I did not cover this in my application materials. The county ordinance does require that the project be revegetated with a native low-growing seed mix. There's some flexibility from our side, but there is a negotiation that will have to take place before a final permit is issued by the county that will determine what that growth mix is. That is mostly one, to hold the soil in place, to improve runoff, to prevent the propagation of noxious weeds, which I know is a big concern for farmers and ranchers. But we would expect there would be guidance around fire risk as well. There will be, and I'm going to bring Gautier up for the fire piece specifically, but there will be a native seed mix that goes into that. And Gautier, I might pitch it to you on the fire specific.
Gautier about Ted Renewables. The part of the seed mix that you mentioned is we will spec a seed mix that limits the growth so that it doesn't get too tall for a number of obvious reasons. One of them is being fire risk, but also it's to reduce the maintenance obligations. We don't want vegetation to grow above the panel because that would reduce production. So we will design and we work with folks like Santa, for example, to develop a site-specific seed mix that is, a trend towards low growth vegetation. In terms of fire risk from the operation of the plant, these projects go through, very, very extraneous testing before we turn the switch. So we make sure that everything is installed correctly, make sure that, wires aren't dangling to where, they could get caught by vegetation or otherwise. And there's a lot of electrical testing that goes in to make sure that the plant is safe when it's turned on and operational. And it will be monitored as well.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that because I agree with you. But what my concern is that in Kansas, we have droughts, grass dies, dormants, and there's still fire that comes across and may not be because of the panels, but it's going to be because some idiot threw out a cigarette. And so then it goes into your property and into an area that's confined. And maybe that's 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just asking you a little bit about that. So any concern about that?
I think, part of the concern that was mentioned during the public comment period was access. And somebody mentioned there is such a situation where the fire department couldn't get in. We'll work with the fire district and the fire department to make sure that the roads designed into and throughout the project meet their specifications so that they can get equipment into the project.
Okay.
We always install what's called a Knox box, which is a box next to all the gates that the fire department has a key to open that box and then gain access into the site.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Neighborhood concern about spraying near the solar panels. Can you talk a little bit about that? And so is it going to be restricted for your neighbor farmer to spray their fields?
I don't believe we have any way, shape, or form to restrict. So that would be, existing regulations.
Okay. We heard a little bit about the Inflation Reduction Act funding. Are you receiving funding from that Inflation Reduction Act?
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act, what that is a reference to is a 30% investment tax credit that any project that begins operation, so makes an investment, once it begins operation, it is eligible to recover 30% of its capital expenditures that have been invested in the form of a tax credit. And so I think one thing that's important for us to realize is that in this country, there are tax incentives for all types of energy infrastructure: solar, wind, natural gas, oil, nuclear. The reason is we know and understand that low cost, reliable energy supports industry, economic competitiveness, prosperity. I'm a veteran, and seeing what's going on right now, we can very much believe that, you know, energy security is national security. So yes, there are credits that are available and that this project will have available to it. And it's very much in similar to how we have incentivized through our federal and state tax codes, energy development throughout the history of our country.
Okay, thank you. By me asking the question doesn't mean I'm against it. I just want full transparency.
Yes.
And so, have you had public information meetings? Have you held any?
Not to date. We've evaluated a couple of different opportunities, but just based on the notice requirement that is existing in the ordinance, that's very robust in our experience. We also wanted to make sure that the people who had the most say, or should have the most say within that 1,000 feet, had an access line to us directly. It doesn't mean we won't host a public information meeting. We have not held one today.
Okay, thank you. There was talk about lake effect and heat islands. Can you talk a little bit about that and respond to that?
Sure. So the lake effect, we submitted our findings to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. We rely very heavily on third-party environmental engineers, environmental scientists, biologists to guide how we cite projects like this. So I am not any of those things. We have been, I'm sorry, I'm stumbling over my words here. Based on the feedback that we have gotten from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Stantec, our third-party environmental engineer, and the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, we do not believe that there is any risk to avian mortality as part of our project. We will, again, and I mentioned this in my materials, we will continue to work with the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks and reference. They sent us, and I believe it was included in your packet, they sent us a very long list of recommendations. We will continue to refer to that list and incorporated it to our project to the extent practicable in ways we already have, including fencing. You can see the wildlife corridors that we have designed at the recommendation of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, which are highlighted there in green through that project process. So we'll continue to rely on that guidance because we understand that those things are important. We also understand that more, smarter people than me make those determinations.
Bob, I think that's okay. I might ask another question if there's other questions going
on. Commissioner Fry.
Thank you. Ian, I'm going to go back to the site plan and the acres. I know we're at roughly 1,400 acres with setbacks and so forth. It looks like the solar panels will only be on 645 acres, correct?
That's correct.
But there's 205 acres held in an alternate array area. That's not included in the 645.
Correct. Speak more about that. Why do we do it that way?
Exactly. Thank you.
Absolutely. So Gautier mentioned this. It's actually a requirement of the state of Wisconsin, which we have incorporated into our practical practice of siting projects. But the state of Wisconsin actually requires 25 additional acres to be included, 25% of the additional acreage to be included in your application. What that does is it gives us flexibility to adjust our site design based on a number of different factors, but it also gives commissions like this security to know that this thing isn't getting any bigger than what we're seeing on the paper right now. So the way we did that is we just wanted to give you some comfort that what we're proposing is feasible for us. We wouldn't have to reopen the permit and go through this all over again. Not to say that that's not important, public process is important, but it just gives you the peace of mind to know that what we're requesting is not going to grow any bigger. It gives us flexibility. For example, in community engagement discussions, if there's ways that we can mitigate areas of concern, we have that flexibility to do that with an alternate array area. You know, our primary hope is to utilize the area that you see in blue. We would then release the other acreage to be returned to the landowner and take it out of our lease if that was to move forward.
That's a self-imposed act that you're doing. The conditional use would allow the entire, well, with the setbacks, 645 plus this 205, correct? Because that's a self-imposed limit that you're putting on. I guess that's a question for staff.
So the conditional use includes the additional 205 acres. So if it were to be approved, even if they were to not use it, the conditional use goes with the land.
But they could go up to the 850 total acres if they so choose.
They would be allowed to develop that because it was part of the original application as long as it met all the requirements of the zoning code.
So would you be willing to include that self-imposed as a condition?
Can you help me understand what the language of that condition would be?
I'm not the wordsmith. I'm not the lawyer. I'd have to look to deputy county counselor. But since you're forwarding that as an alternative area or array, if you're willing to include that as the conditional use, then we could wordsmith that. But I'm just trying to understand the actual area that you're wanting to do. Is it the 645 or would you eventually go to full 850?
And I may need to bring my yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah.
State your name and again, please.
Ben Metcalf, the Vice President of Development. I think the best way to incorporate that would be really in the size of the project that we're proposing, which is 130 megawatts AC. How panels do DC energy, and it's very common for the DC side, so the number of panels be greater. In our design, it is about 170 megawatts DC of panels. And so with how it's designed, 170 megawatts of DC panels, we would not need to use more than 650 acres. And so if there's a condition, I think that, which we are definitely amenable to, I think the most appropriate way to put that condition is already tied to the megawatt numbers that we have proposed, because there's the width between the panels are designed because as the panels rotate, if you get them too close together, they shade each other and you don't make any electricity. If they're too far apart, well, it's not a very efficient use of land and you end up paying a lot more land than you need to host. So there's this optimal width, which is about 17 feet, give or take, depending on the exact specification of the panel form factor that you use. So I think probably the cleanest way to incorporate that condition would just be to tie it to the megawatt numbers that we're proposing, because those it would be against our financial interest to start having wider row spacing that would then necessitate greater than 645 acres. So how we've designed it is an optimal design for energy production and cost, and then we included that additional area to provide flexibility to be responsive to the process that came up. If there was concerns and recommendations to shift where panels were, well, we have enough land to be able to be responsive and to listen.
Okay, I understand where you're headed. Thank you.
I'm not sure. Did you just say that you would cap it at 650 or there still be flexibility depending on whatever megawatts or whatever? If that's the case, then the short answer is yeah, you could increase that extra.
Short answer is that we would cap it at the megawatt size that we put in our application, and which is that I believe is 170 megawatts DC. But if we, the ordinance allows up to 1500, we should, sorry.
I just wanted to add that on the page of conditions, recommended conditions, number 2, the capacity of the project shall be limited to a maximum of 130 megawatts AC. So hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, correct. And we would not exceed that number because that is tied to the contractual agreements with the Southwest Power Pool and Evergy through our generator connection agreement. So that is not, we can't change that.
Okay.
Nah.
Can you answer this exactly what is going to happen to during decommissioning, as far as that goes, at any time when you have a defective equipment panel or anything that can't be reconditioned, its life expectancy is over with. What exactly are you going to do with those panels, that equipment, or any of the structures? Where's it going?
So right now there's a lot of value in these panels because they're mostly made up of glass and aluminum. That's the by weight. That's the major components. And right now we recycle a lot of glass and aluminum. There are special manufacturing facilities built starting to come, Georgia, Florida, Texas, that are popping up because there's the economic case right now for recycling. Now, what happens to those panels? So if there's an economic use for those panels, we will 100%, do the economic rational thing, which would be to recycle them and recoup the value. In the case that there's not, we would follow all appropriate guidelines on disposal that may include going to a landfill. So, but
That's where I was going with it.
right, but I think there's regulations that are beyond the scope of land use and beyond the scope of certainly my expertise and what we were asked prepared for.
Oh, that's what the material data safety sheets are extremely important, because if there's anything, I think there needs to be restrictions. And that's one thing, I'm adamant about. I don't want that stuff in our landfill. I think that's the only questions that I have at this point. Is there any additional, Commissioner Warren?
I've got a question. Maybe a staff question. Mr. Knight took care of most of my questions from the comments that came through, heat island, training for fires, aerial spraying, but one that didn't. Flood and drainage situations when we plant. When I'm doing a plant here, what is the process for taking care of water and to prevent flooding and that situation?
I apologize, Mr. Warren. We were answering a question that was previously discussed. Can you ask your question?
Basically, when we have a plant, we take care of flooding and drainage. We're not doing a plant here. Is there a process for taking care of making sure we don't create flooding problems and drainage problems?
Yes, part of the permitting process, they will have to submit a drainage plan for review and approval by Sedgwick County Public Works. So their stormwater engineering. Condition number 18 requires a drainage plan to be developed and approved for site and stormwater quantity and quality controls constructed per the requirements of Sedgwick County Stormwater Manual.
Well, I was pretty sure that was it, but I wanted to make sure.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner High?
Yeah, with this barcode, additional information that you have, will I find a performa on that information sheet?
I'm gonna bring Ben back up here to answer that question because he actually put that sheet together. So I want to make sure I don't speak out of line.
Yeah, Ben Metcalf, TED Renewables. That is the barcode to the information packet that we mailed out. So that's what you will access there is all the same information that we put in our packets and mailed out to the landowners.
But not a performa or not a business case, because here I'm wanting to find out specifically about, we've heard a lot about tax deferment or tax abatements and whatever. So is there any performa data that we can see to see about what tax abatements you're getting?
So the best sort for that will be, it's a part of our application and it's contained in the KU impact report and Polstonelli tax form. So that's part of our public application that is available online through the MAPC website. And for any more questions on that, I'd probably refer or defer to our representative from KU who put together that report.
Analysis attachment in the application.
Okay, thank you. Don't have any question for you anymore. Thank you. If this project does go south, who owns the solar panels and the equipment?
So, do you want to address that quick? Certainly, Commissioner Hyde, Justin Wagner, County Councilor. I mean, if something would happen that would go wrong, this wouldn't change the ownership necessarily. So it'd be the applicant, in this case, the company that's bringing this forward. The personal property, they would still own it. The real property would be owned by the current real property owners or any successors in interest. So, but in terms of the responsibilities for this, I think would be squarely with the company that's applying for this in terms of the solar array, the zoning conditions, and those types of things.
Thank you. That answers that. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions? Commissioner High, you done?
Oh,
okay. Okay, if there's no additional, Director Leto?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before deliberations, I just wanted to follow up with some information based on some of the questions that had come up, and also wanted to distribute the packets of materials that have been collected and photocopied, if that's okay. The first one is there was a question about the heights and the difference in the heights. There was a reference to, I believe it's it's 10 feet and also I think 15 or 12. One of those is the maximum height that the panels are allowed to go. The other one is the maximum height that the lowest part of the panel is allowed to be from the ground. The reason for that difference is because the maximum distance from the ground is put in there for stormwater purposes, because if the distance is greater, the more the effect of the stormwater when it hits the ground and erosion. So that's why there's an individual who indicated and questioned why there was a difference in the heights. I just wanted to explain that. The second thing is there was a statement that only one project can be approved, that there are two solar applications, this one and another one, and that only one can be approved. That is not correct. Both could be approved, but the circumstances would be that they could not be within, 2 miles of each other. So whichever one came later, somehow either it would be approved with a reduced area or something would have to happen so that there's 2 miles of difference, but both applications could be approved. Another item that came up was a reference to the Chisholm Trail. My understanding is that the Chisholm Trail can be a little bit difficult to identify, but I do want to share that on the Sedgwick County website, we do have a map of the Chisholm Trail, and it does illustrate on the very edge portion, on the eastern edge of this area, kind of along the railroad tracks a little, and kind of going further west as you go further north, that there is a possibility that the Chisholm Trail was located or did travel in that area. But again, I'm not surprised that it maybe did not show up on a historic resources inventory, because it has not, to my knowledge, has not been listed at either the state or the federal level. I understand that they are looking into that, but I don't believe that that's been done. And then there was a statement or a question that came up about the damage to the panels. I just wanted to call your attention to number 22 in the conditions. That it talks about what should happen if a panel should become damaged. So just wanted to mention that one's there. And with that, I'll go ahead and distribute the information that we received.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Chairman and Commissioners, Justin Wagner, County Councilor. I wanted to make a few disclaimers. Some of these will probably be similar to what you heard a few weeks ago on our prior application. I wanted to first mention, and I think this was addressed by Philip some in the application. It may be helpful to get some clarity in terms of the 40 acres that was included as part of the legal description, I believe, or is included in part of the application area, but was not planned as part of the legal description for where this would operate. I think Philip gave you your two options on that, but it might be useful to have some clarity on that because I don't think that's been cleaned up just yet one way or another. Also, and Scott talked about this some, but you do have the situation of having competing applications within the 2 miles of each other. Like I mentioned last time, my suggestion to you as planning commissioners, you're here to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. On this case today, my suggestion would be that you review this case, all the information and evidence and testimony that's been presented based on its own merits, and make the best recommendation you can. At this point, there's no reason you can't recommend approval on today's application. You don't have to necessarily choose one over the other. I would suggest that you keep your more or less blinders on as to this application that's in front of you, make the best recommendation that you can under the golden factors, the reasonableness of this use. There was, and I think each of you got a copy of a letter from counsel who represents the other applicant, much like my statement that I made a few weeks ago in that case. I think to the extent that anything in this letter is indicating reasons that they think you should not approve this application today or in opposition of it, I believe that would be fair game. I would suggest, to the extent it has any comparison between the applications and kind of vetting one over the other, I would suggest that planning commissioners not consider that as part of your decision in terms of your recommendation. Couple other things. Scott, one of the documents Scott's passing out is, I think it's termed as a petition document generally against, I think, industrial solar and BESS applications. Again, I think it's an indication of neighborhood opposition. You've heard a lot of neighborhood opposition today. To my knowledge, I don't believe that's necessarily a legal protest petition under the state statutes, but I do think it does show some neighborhood opposition, but I don't believe there's any indication that it's specific to this application. I don't think it mentions the case number. But again, doesn't mean you can't consider. I just wanted to mention that disclaimer. The last thing that I have, Chairman and Commissioners, is that there was some discussion about if this electricity that would be generated, if the power would be local. Again, I would suggest that not be something as into your consideration if it would remain in Kansas or go out of state. There could be concerns with Commerce Clause implications if that's a basis for your decision. So I would suggest that would not be part of what you consider in any recommendation you make to the board. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on those items.
Counselor, appreciate your input. And thank you. Is there any questions for the counselor on this? Saying none, I will, Dr. Wood, you have another comment?
I do. I just want to make you aware that we have ordered the meals for lunch and that they should be ready within about 15 minutes for the commissioners. So
okay, thank you. I'm going to bring them back to the commission for discussion, comments. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to make on this, one way or the other? No, sir, you can't. Sorry. This is only, so the discussion. Sir, the discussion is only for the commission right now. You had your opportunity. Sure, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Is there, if there's no discussion or no comments, I would like to address some of my concerns. Throughout the staff report, there's mentioned several times about guarantees, but I don't think it's really been locked in exactly what those guarantees are going to be or how they're going to be implemented. Same thing with the financial aspect, whether there's going to be required escrow or bonds. I think that needs to be locked in. I think it's too vague otherwise. The insurance that's shown, I think it's extremely light. On the decommissioning, it's calling for approximately $6.3 million. And that's basically today's times. When you're looking at 30 years from now, that can escalate extremely, quite a bit. And I think there needs to be an additional insurance qualifications on that. That needs to be spelled out. The water supply usage is going to be 70,000 gallons. Again, I need to know where that water's coming from. And again, I hope that, the governance on that doesn't, allow free of charge for it to come in at hydrants. I think, that's not a good situation. The fire district was brought up about its being dissolved. I think, there needs to make sure that we definitely got the plans in place, and for those reasons, and there's probably several other ones, but for those reasons alone, uh, would make a motion that this is deferred, to a later date that we that we would specify. Plus that, there's a lot of other questions that I think that are out there that just haven't been answered. We got to do this thing right. This is the first time that we've heard, this particular application. And I don't want to rush things. I just want to make sure that this is done right, either whether it's approved or disapproved. And I think there's a lot on the plate right here. So for those reasons, I would make a motion that we defer. Could it possibly be, or do you staff recommend that not being?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, the June 11th meeting, it looks like that agenda is shaping up to be a pretty large one. It is possible to put it on there, but I do want to give you a heads up that that is looking to be a large one. Other dates would be June 25th, July 9th, July 23rd. I'm just kind of reading off the dates after the June 11th meeting. So June 11th, June 25th, July 9th, July 23rd, and I can repeat additional ones if you'd like.
Okay. Well, I don't think it needs to go past the 25th. So I would make a motion that we defer, for the reasons that I stated, until the 25th planning commission meeting, and that'd be at 1:30, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of June.
Mr. Chairman, is there a second? I'll prepare a second, but I wanted to ask for clarification on your motion. There were some other items that came up. I'd happily second, but I'd like to add some other things that I'd like for staff to address. One, the question of sound. I noticed in one of the alternate areas, I appreciate the explanation on the inverters, but in that southern alternate area, there's an inverter that's fairly close proximity to residential. Given the testimony, also in consideration for future for data centers, which is sound is an issue, I'd like for staff to maybe consider looking at some sound requirements as a requirement as one of the conditions. So I'd ask that to be added to your motion. Secondly, there was a question about the including an alternate property into the conditional use application. In the final legal description, I would ask that we make sure that it is included as part of the conditional use application in the final publishing of the legal description for the area for zoning. And then lastly, I think the questions come up from Commissioner Fry. We still need some clarity on the financial impacts from the county as it pertains to property taxes, personal property taxes, and then today the sales tax. And if you would add those to your motion, I would happily second it. And I would second that.
Is there any more discussion on that motion?
Yes.
If
Commissioner. Yes.
Yes. Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about, we've got a process that's been going on literally for years, and we're kicking the can down the road a little bit here. I guess one of my questions is, can we kick the can down the road a month or so to June the 11th? Do we have to go through the hearings again? Or can we?
Commissioner Warren, to your question about a public hearing, the required public hearing on this application occurred today and you've closed it. There's no requirement that you would reopen the hearing at your future meeting. There would be discretion if the planning commission wished to do so, but you certainly are not required to do so.
Okay. Commissioner Dill?
I would, excuse me, I'd just like to have a recap of the specific items that we need to be resolved on this deferral as part of this merger.
Okay,
I agree with that, and I got another question, is the financial ends of this, is that part of our bailiwick? I mean,
Well, I would suggest that because it's such a conditional use of land that's not being considered this way now, I think that's a justifiable thing that we would need to know to help make the best decision if this is the best use of that land.
I guess my take on that would be, we're taking the, we could have a question for the, we're doing a recommendation, and the use of land, I'm ready to say is ready to take that on. One of the questions that we have, but it's not our job, is the financial side, and then kick that can to the commissioners.
Counselor?
I was gonna ask, did you want any legal guidance on that, or was that more just discussion? I'm fine.
His job is to determine the economics of it. Is it ours or is it the county commissioners?
I think you as a planning commission, under the golden factors, this could fit into part of your consider community benefit. And so I think it is fair to consider that. How much or how little that impacts your decision, I think, is up to the 10 of you that are here today. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Kuhn?
We've talked about the tax benefits, both this one and the other application. I'm confused. I don't know what you can't do, and you do. I'd like to have a little bit more clarification on both cases.
Okay, and that's a fair question. I do think that's something we're going to, at staff level, try to provide greater clarity on in terms of the tax impact. And I think I'm looking at Scott here, but I think there could also be on this particular zoning case, and potentially both of them having some staff who are have more expertise in that area from either the appraiser's office or our finance office to help answer those questions, Commissioner.
These applicants hopefully said this is our project we're doing this summer finance.
There you go.
And we're financing, it's tax credits and stuff like, the other group never even mentioned anything like that, and it's none of our business, quite frankly.
I don't care about how.
But the tax portion of it is.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, Commissioner Austin?
Just one point of clarification. The question that Commissioner Warren raised about the conduct of the hearing on the deferral, is that, Counselor, does that have to be part of our motion that when we revisit this, we're not going to have further public hearing?
I don't believe there's a need to address that right now, Commissioner Austin.
Okay. Director Leno?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to do a recap of the things that I've heard that staff should be prepared to present on? So I've heard water use, and that was while I was coming back. So I want to make sure that that one's correct. Water use of the solar. Also, there was thoughts on a higher decommissioning value, the value that's necessary in order to remove the items, making sure that that's covered.
Yeah, protection guarantees.
Okay. Okay. Another one then is the fire district and emergency response.
Yes, because that's, it was brought up that that district has been dissolved or will be dissolved. And I think that needs to be addressed.
Okay, and just for everyone, my understanding is that it's the response agreement between the jurisdictions. So not that I don't want anyone to walk away with the idea that the fire district has been dissolved. It's the agreement between the communities.
I think it's the negotiation.
Yep.
Looking for clarification on that.
Okay. Yes, sir. And then I also have the noise and sound, particularly resulting from the inverters and the possibility of a condition to address that. And then there was a comment about the alternate property as part of this application and a desire to make sure that it is included as part of the consideration of the overall project. And then the need to clarify in the financial analysis from the county, and that is regarding the taxes, both current and what would result if the project is approved.
And also, escrow, set up compared to the
Surety bond.
bond.
Okay. Financial guarantee.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we need to specify that. Does that cover your comments, Commissioner Dill and Commissioner Warren? Okay, if there's no comments, I will call the vote. All in favor of the motion to defer until June 25th based on reasons stated. Signify by saying aye. Same sign. Who's that? You? Okay. Nine. Motion passed 9-1. I don't believe there's any further items. We don't have any more public items. Are there any other items that we need to discuss? Saying none, thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for your comments. We are adjourned.
I wondered if we could put a condition.
Recording stopped.
It was one stipulation. You gotta get together and get 1,000 or 2,000 feet, whatever. This regular